We are live for WWE Payback. If you want to watch a full WWE pay-per-view, this is a place to do it. We're going to be watching the entirety of Payback live, beginning with the pre-show and going all the way. And yes, I know the first thing you're all going to be asking me about this one. We will be going through in the pre-show our predictions for each individual match, getting your predictions as well. And of course, during the show, you'll get such cutting-edge analysis as, why were his eyes open? And more infamously, that was a bad cover. I really sell myself. I know, don't you worry. Welcome everyone, my name is Tom Colohue. It's right up there for those that haven't seen. Sai has created us another overlay featuring AI versions of Seth Rollins and Shinsuke Nakamura, which has just got a little bit of art and craft to it, which I always really enjoy. And we are about to start our pre-show. I want to say a big thanks to everyone who's joined already, that being so far Bailey, Jonathan Rakowski, Tyler, Brad, Perish, Gomar, Daniel Berry, Coot43 and James already saying hi. We are in the arena. We have ourselves a steel cage. That match will be opening. Seth Rollins will be main eventing. And I've got to say, it's taken a while to fill the place up because people have only just started to come in. This show, of course, will be going directly in competition with AEW Collision. And yes, I'm fully aware of the news that has come out. CM Punk has been fired by AEW's Tony Khan, effective immediately with cause, which means he will not be receiving any money from his contract. A few more people jumping into the chat now. Please do remember to hit the like button as you join, and I will be answering as many of your questions as I can. James says, doesn't Payback feel like a normal Raw or SmackDown? Payback has not happened yet. I do feel I should point that one out before giving you a response. Hello, Red Top Bridge. Hello, Daz. Juana Roscoe says, hey, Tom. Now I see why TK was talking to Mercedes money to replace Punk. That was not the intention, though I do think at this point he is likely to go a little bit further, a little bit closer when it comes to trying to convince Edge to come over. They do need some more big names, and Mercedes money will certainly add to it, but CM Punk will be out of the running for it. Lauren, welcome. Says loads of positive vibes for the show. Talk, as in TikTok. Lauren, big on TikTok, as you know. Interesting, James. Not something I'm aware of. I don't really use Instagram for DMs. Welcome, Wiggly. Welcome to the show. Bailey says CM Punk should sue him. The idea that you get in trouble for fighting in the fighting business is absurd. It is, and honestly, that's not a bad argument. It's a wrestling business, and you get in trouble for fighting. It's kind of what the whole business is built on. That would be a kayfabe breaker and a half, I tell you that. John Cena will be hosting Payback tonight, as they've just mentioned on the pre-show. We will also have Grayson Waller in the Waller Effect with Cody Rhodes. They're running down the card, opening with Shinsuke versus Seth. That, of course, will be our main event. I'm waiting to hear the amount of love on Twitter for the idea that that's going to be the main event, followed by, oh, well, something big must be happening. I don't see that one happening. So I said the show could be a sleeper, I think. Lots with points to prove, not least, of course, Shinsuke Nakamura, Raquel Rodriguez, LA Knight. Quite a large majority of the matches do involve people who have a point to prove. Dad says, do you think we get any surprises, Tom? Yes. The ending of the match and the winner of each match will be a surprise because we don't know what it's going to be. Gomar says the setting does remind me of Raw a bit. I think a little bit, and I include myself in this. We're a little spoiled recently. We've just had Wembley, we've just had SummerSlam, we had Saudi Arabia. We've had a lot of big stadiums and big shows, and now we're going a little bit more small, a little bit more quiet and reserved. We're just a little bit more chill. James says Punk could just say it was part of the story of Collision. Well, Collision was literally the CM Punk story. It was the CM Punk TV show. I have to ask the question at this point, given that the whole idea for the TV show was CM Punk, is there much of a future for Collision? I mentioned on Twitter, well, X, a couple of weeks ago that SummerSlam was supposed to be the moment in which the WWE believed they would put an end to Collision and kill it off. I think in the end, CM Punk has been the one to strike the killing blow, but still, it looks like they got their wish. Lady Sky, welcome to Say Tom. Payback is going to be awesome tonight. On Orozco says, hey Tom, according to Peter Insider, they say Big Muta is in Pittsburgh. Interesting. Eric says, I'm happy Punk finally put his foot down, but that crowd will be livid tonight and tomorrow. I'd imagine you mean you're glad that Tony Khan put his foot down, and yes, the crowd in Chicago are not going to be happy. Sai says, Cena, just keep him away from the bloodline, please. They'll never risk it, but I'd love him in a program with Cody Rhodes. They both need something to do. Yes, they do, and I do think the perfect opponent for Cody Rhodes right now would be CM Punk. Bailey says, what happens when AEW fans chant for a certain performer in Chicago this weekend? The exact same thing that happened for years in the WWE. They ignore it. They completely ignore it. We are going to be going through our predictions for all 6 matches currently planned at Payback. That is, of course, the cage match between Becky Lynch and Trish Stratus, Rhea Ripley defending the Women's World Championship against Raquel Rodriguez, Rey Mysterio defending the United States Championship against Austin Theory, a singles match between LA Knight and The Miz, a tag team championship match, Sami, Zayn and Kevin Owens defending against Finn Balor and Damian Priest in a Steel City street fight, and of course for our main event, Seth Rollins versus Shinsuke Nakamura. The chances of a cash-in for the briefcase increase based on where the tag team match is on the card. Juan Orozco says, I'm from Chicago and I hate Punk. Wembley didn't seem to like him much either. Rizar is with us, says, hey Tom, how are you? Doing well, thank you, Rizar. Welcome to the show. Hoping it's going to be a good one. Pardon me for you. And Wiggly is not surprised that Punk is gone. Lots of JD McDonough in the hype package here. Wiggly says they can revolve Collision around Hikaru Shida instead. She's on tonight. They will not be doing that. The women's division, as you know, will not be getting much in the way of love from Tony Khan. In many ways, that's one of the reasons I'll miss Punk. Dan, welcome to Side Tom. Sad about Punk, but he seems like his own worst enemy. He's been a flight risk since day one. He really has. I don't think he'll be too surprised by this news. After all, he was pretty openly saying he wanted to quit. Leon says, hi Tom, hope you're doing well. Excited for Payback, mainly for your live stream. Thank you, Leon. I consider that quite the compliment. And Steve is here saying there ain't no watch party like a Tom Colohue watch party. Hope you're doing good, sir. Not gonna lie, I did not expect Punk to be fired from Tony Khan. Well, indeed he has. I did see that you went live striking while the iron is hot, Steve. Well done on that one. Let me know. I would imagine your show is ongoing, but is it doing well? How are you doing on that one? Christian says, what will this mean for Punk's baby AEW Collision? Well, the deal's in place now, but the deal did state that CM Punk would be the headliner of Collision. Without him, potentially, we could be looking at a breach of contract. Christian says, do you think he'll either go to New Japan, Impact, or back to WWE? No, no, and no. I'm going to be very, very clear on this one. I know I'm going to be saying it a lot, but I'm going to be very clear on this one. The WWE do not want CM Punk back. They do not want CM Punk back. Wiggly says if Punk really wants to come back to Wembley, he can always come to the League One playoff final. We always go football with you. Coot43 says Bryan Danielson and the Young Bucks are backstage at AEW Collision via PW Insider. Yep, the Young Bucks travelled there quite recently for a few changes to the card. Bryan Danielson is mostly there in a creative capacity. He's been a lot more involved in creative recently, as he was in his later days from the WWE as well. And Roscoe says Punk burns bridges everywhere. Yep. Rizal says, I'm not surprised about the Punk news. You really called it since day one. I really hope WWE has no interest in bringing him in. To be clear on this one, I know it's going to be one I repeat a lot, but I'm more than happy to do it. There is no interest in the WWE towards CM Punk. There was a time, a long time back, about 3 years ago, when CM Punk was negotiating with both the WWE and AEW. I reported on it at the time. He then signed for AEW, picked a whole lot of fights, and a whole load of people picked fights with him. That interest is no longer there. Primarily, in many ways, because Triple H is no longer there. Triple H was a big fan of CM Punk. I've done that wrong. Primarily because Vince McMahon was there. Vince McMahon, a big fan of CM Punk. Triple H, not quite the same. Not quite the same. Rizal says he's having a contract terminated different than being released from a contract. I thought it was different. It was interesting they said terminated. Yes, but the word terminated is not the area I would be focusing on. I personally would be focusing on with cause. Okay? With cause. That's the thing we need to raise the question about, because the statement that AEW put out wasn't just that he was released with cause. His contract was terminated with cause, meaning a breach of contract or gross misconduct is the end result. Now, in CM Punk's time off previously, before he returned, he was trying to essentially negotiate with AEW to get paid off. That would mean about $2 million going to CM Punk to essentially say, don't come back. He will not have the ability to do so if they can prove without any doubt that there was probable cause for CM Punk to be terminated. Reasonable cause, probably the best phrase to use. Steve says, I've wrapped it up now. It's Colohue o'clock, but it was a fun stream with a decent chat rate for the time I was on. Good to know, mate. Good to know. I do hope that when I sit here and talk about YouTube and how YouTube works and stuff, people like yourself are benefiting from it. The chat rate lessons that I've had and that I've shared have certainly been very, very beneficial. Joey says, I can't imagine Triple H would ever want to work with Punk again. He doesn't. And Jason says, with cause equals they don't have to pay him. Yes. However, I do think CM Punk might decide to push back on that. Bailey says, it makes him money, Vince will hire anyone back. Ask Eric Bischoff. Very true. Wiggly says, if Punk was part of the deal for Collision, will this now encourage AEW to aggressively pursue a big star? I think it will, yes, and I think the most obvious choice would be Edge. And that's the most obvious choice. Wiggly also says, sure, Impact and New Japan a no-go for Punk, given their close relationship with AEW. Not a no-go per se. Not a no-go, but certainly it would cause some issues. Wiggly also correctly points out AEW did their homework, focusing on the parts with cause and legal counsel before they acted. They did indeed. Joey says, do you think it was the locker room who forced TK to fire Punk, or did TK make the decision on his own? He did not make the decision on his own. He had legal counsel to it. But I do believe once monitors started falling on Tony Khan, the jig was up. Juan Orozco says, what happens to the AEW TV deal extension now? Well, they haven't agreed one yet, so there's your answer. Coup43 says, Collision needs a new lead. I heard there's a Switchblade to take his position. They could do it. They just need to actually try. And Leon says it was Vince who wanted Punk to leave when he showed up at Raw recently. Yes, it was. Things change over the course of 9 years. 9 whole years. Joey says, I wonder what will happen to Collision since CM Punk was supposed to be the main guy. Good question. So, first question I want to ask before we get into the predictions or anything like that. You know why I ask these questions. It's an attempt to not only get your opinions and basically work out what I should be reporting and who I should be reporting on, but it also boosts the chat rate, which helps the growth of the channel, gets the likes up, etc. So, quick question to all of you. Do you think Tony Khan made the right decision in firing CM Punk? Do you think Tony Khan made the right decision in firing CM Punk? The kickoff show is currently active. We have discussion on the Undisputed Tag Team Championship match. Lots of disagreements as to who's going to pick up the win here. Personally, I'm very interested in this match because I do think it says a lot about 1, the year of the Judgment Day, 2, the potential breakup of the Judgment Day, and 3, the potential for a championship at the very top level for Damian Priest. Now let's see what we got. Sai says absolutely the right decision. Pete lost his feed briefly. Can anyone let me know if you also lost your feed for a moment? Pete did, and I'd just like to clarify if anyone else did. And this is going to be awkward because I've asked yes or no questions on both. Sorry, guys. Joey says Jack Perry is the biggest babyface in wrestling right now. Bailey says right decision, but he should have paid his contract out. Leon says yes as well. Looking on the Twitch side, Wiggly says yes, a million should have fired him sooner. Juan Orozco says yes, because CM Punk can't act like an adult, takes everything seriously. Jack says yes, Tony did. You always have to cut out the cancer before it affects the rest of the body. It might be too late on that one, but certainly I think he took action as soon as he could after All In. Steve says not lost feed, thank you. Dan says yes, I think so. Doopy Guys here says insane that CM Punk got fired. Joey says I bet Punk will try to sue TK since he didn't get the buyout he wanted. I can't sit here and say as a guarantee that he won't get a result by doing that. Coup43 says I wonder how much creative plans had to change with Punk being terminated. Quite a bit. There was a whole championship in play there that was all Punk's idea and Punk's creative. Sai says he's fired arguably his biggest name, sends a message to the roster, the fans and Punk, and any talent outside. Loses his soft touch rep in one move, and he definitely did have quite the rep for that. Quite the rep for that. Wiggly, I might ask you to pop over to YouTube then. Twitch seems to be having a harder time with it. I'll try and keep an eye on it just in case it's internet related, but fingers crossed. Daz says, should have done something to Jack Perry also. We don't know if anything was done to Jack Perry. I mean, we only know that there was a firing because AEW formally announced it. They had to, someone was fired. Steve says, I think it's the right time for Punk and AEW to part ways. I do believe the Jack Perry Glass story, though, does give him some of the blame also, in my opinion. It is a first offence for Jack Perry, though, which I do think makes a difference. DPI says, do you think CM Punk will return to WWE or will he sign elsewhere? I know I'm going to say this a few times during the stream. I just want everyone to hopefully bear with me while I do, but I want to make it very, very clear. There is no interest from the WWE in CM Punk returning. No interest from the WWE in CM Punk returning. We currently have 29 people watching and only the 16 likes. If you've not yet done so, please do consider hitting that thumbs up. It really does make a big difference in the growth of the channel. And subscribe if you haven't already. I was wrong yesterday. I was not getting botted. It was indeed the YouTube advertising coming through with the additional benefit of being live while it happened. Being live while it happened was a big help in the growth of the show because people would see the video that I was advertising, see that also I was live, and check in on the live show as well. We're currently on a record of 2,759 subscribers, so if you haven't yet subscribed, just one more gets us to 2,760. Steve says, believe Jack Perry is currently suspended, so he has been disciplined. That is pending investigation. More may be coming for Jack Perry. Joey says, the only person I think would be interested in Punk is Vince. You would be correct. And one said, I doubt Punk will get any money from a lawsuit. There's videos of Punk starting the fight. Yes, indeed. And quite a lot of them. Dan says, what will happen to Ace Steel's employment at AEW now? My expectation, very simple. He'll go. And he'll go fast. I really don't expect we're going to see him sticking with the company. I really don't. So let's get to Payback, shall we? Oh, see, this says, wait, someone going to my Moxie account. All right, by all means, mate. Okay, brilliant Wiggly. Says, I'm going to be bold and say this. I don't care about where CM Punk ends up. The man has shown his true colours. Wrestling is better off without him. Harsh words there from Wiggly Tough. Let's get to Payback then. And I want to start by talking about the match predictions. I'm going to give my match predictions and I'm going to ask you who you think is going to pick up the win. But before I start, the simple question that I like to ask at the start of every stream, which is going to be the match of the night for you? There's been quite a few obvious ones recently. At SummerSlam, for example, there was a lot of hype around Jey Uso versus Roman. I felt that Gunther versus Drew McIntyre was going to be the best match of the night, but there is no Gunther and there is no Roman this time around. With that in mind, I think the Tag Team Championship match, Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn in a Tornado Tag Steel City street fight against Finn Balor and Damian Priest, I think that will be the match of the night. But who do you think will have the match of the night? Christine says, how will Payback and All Out sales? We don't know until afterwards. Q43 says, do you think a Punk Hall of Fame induction is possible? Possible, yes. Likely, no. Doopy Guy says, do you think Damian Priest will cash in tonight? More on that shortly. One thinks the LA Knight match will be the match of the night. Steve thinks Seth versus Nakamura will be the one. Joey says, I think Seth versus Nakamura could be match of the night if they're given a lot of time. If they are the main event, they will indeed be given Roman Reigns time. James says, I really wish Gable and Gunther had a match. It's really wasted. I agree with that. And Bailey says, match of the night will be LA Knight versus The Miz. I'm expecting Becky versus Trish to underwhelm. Daz has Seth or Ray. You need to pick one of them, Daz. And Jack has Seth versus Shinsuke. Joey says, the Great Muta is backstage for Payback. I wonder if he'll be helping Shinsuke. What I need you to do, Joey, is remember to source your information that came from PW Insider when they made that speculation. I can't imagine a world in which that happens. Christine also gives us two matches for match of the night, basically hedging your bets by giving us 33% of the card. Come on, guys. No worries, Joey. I just obviously prefer if we can source our information. Daz thinks Seth will be match of the night. Leon says Punk is so good at the go to sleep, he put his own career asleep twice. Harsh. Harsh. So harsh. Doopy says, I heard this WWE YouTuber who I watch say that he thinks after the Trish feud is finished, Becky could go to NXT. Do you think that's possible? Yeah, there's been actively teasers of it. Leon thinks Shinsuke, Seth. And Wigglytup has had to switch over to YouTube. Sorry to hear that, mate. If anyone is having trouble on Twitch, please do let me know, because Twitch might just not be the ideal place. Mox is here, says yo and a yo. So I'll start with what I believe will be the opening match. That will be Becky Lynch versus Trish Stratus in a steel cage. Now, this feud has gone on for far too long. Far too long. And it's not been fun for a very long time. I just keep waiting for it to kick into gear, and it just keeps not doing it. And I'm just very disappointed with that. So, it's been going for 9 months. I would just like it to wrap up. I know Zoe Stark is going to be the one who really jumps out here. Zoe Stark is the one who essentially will leave as the most important figure and the most built. But Becky Lynch, for me, will win the match. We'll then move on to a feud with Shayna Baszler before then, around WrestleMania time, meeting Rhea Ripley one-on-one in the middle of the ring. I have Becky Lynch beating Trish Stratus in the cage match, Zoe Stark unable to get involved, or at least too involved, and that creates the opportunity. Leon says Cena referee for night Miz match. Have they just announced that, Leon, or what? James says speak about Trish versus Becky. Where the hell is Lita? She got beat up and then did nothing. She went home, mate. Cool43 says when do you believe Chad Gable will get his rematch? It's on Raw, isn't it? I believe it's already been confirmed. Joey says I don't know why they keep dragging this feud. Guess they don't have anything else for Becky. They know that they don't have long. Well, in fact, that's the opposite problem. They have too long in order to occupy Becky before she'll be back involved in the World Championship picture. So they're trying to keep her away from it, but it's not really working. Who do you have for that one? Steve has Becky picking up the win. Daz also has Becky picking up the win. Jack Roman has Becky winning also. Not a lot of love in the chat at the moment for Trish Stratus. Doopy says this feud was stretched out way too much. Felt like a failed feud. Should have had their match at SummerSlam or the Raw after SummerSlam. I do feel this is a match that they should have made space for at SummerSlam, primarily so that everyone could move on afterwards. But I do believe that was Ronda Rousey screwing that particular pooch. Steve says, do you feel like we get Trish versus Zoe rivalry after Payback? I like the Trish and Zoe duo. I think a women's tag title run would be beneficial first. I think that's probably actually a pretty good idea. After this, what I would do is much the same. I would add I would add Trish and Zoe to the tag team division to work with people in that area and to essentially really help that area develop. If they're in the tag team division, it's suddenly a much more exciting tag team division, and a lot of people are going to get eyes on them because of Trish Stratus. Coup43 says, is Trish going to be gone after this, or is she going to be working with someone new? Essentially, this is actively under negotiation. She's not actually costing the company all that much, and they potentially are about to save a lot of money via Edge. Now, it's interesting because when there was supposedly a hiring freeze, the WWE got Trish Stratus under a new contract. I don't believe she has many matches left, so they would need to renew that, but I definitely see it happening. Joey wants Punk versus Ryback at Mania 40. A lot of people suddenly really excited by the idea of Seth Rollins versus CM Punk at WrestleMania 40. It's not going to happen, but a lot of people really think it will. For those who don't know, they book WrestleManias way, way, way in advance, and Seth Rollins already has his match sorted. Grayson Waller is joining the kickoff panel. Looking fancy, looking very fancy. Doopy Guy says it kind of sucks that Becky is stuck in this feud because she's one of the best women's wrestlers of our generation and her talent is being wasted on a long, boring feud. The issue is if she's not involved in this feud, who then does she feud with before Rhea Ripley? Next up then, LA Knight versus The Miz. And I do feel this is one where The Miz could actually sneak a win here to give LA Knight some odds to overcome. It may be that this one goes on for a while. The WWE did struggle to come up with a storyline that would work for LA Knight on SmackDown, particularly because Austin Theory, who was holding the United States Championship, was busy with the LWO. LA Knight as the United States Champion definitely something to keep an eye on in the future. This match particularly should then be short and sweet. I expect LA Knight to pick up the win pretty simply. The Miz is not really a winner anymore, unfortunately. I do think he doesn't get the respect that he deserves, but he is putting people over, and the reason he's earning so much respect from us is because of how hard he works to make other people look good. I have LA Knight beating The Miz. Steve says LA Knight for the win, and then says, yeah. Moxie says LA Knight for the win. Yeah. Starting to see a theme here. Razar says, is Cody getting moved to SmackDown? They keep teasing he's going to announce big news. I'm not aware of any move from Cody Rhodes going to SmackDown. I know a lot of people expect it so that he can compete for the World Heavyweight Championship, the undisputed WWE Heavyweight Championship of the world. The Road Dogg Jesse James. So I don't think that moment's necessarily coming. We'll see what the big news is. Bailey says Miz has won one match all year and not tonight. Megan clearly going for LA Knight. Welcome, Megan. How are you doing? The Stat Queen is in the house. Dad says LA Knight for the win. Pete says LA Knight. No. Ruining the streak. Pete being different. I respect it. Steve says Miz has played his role very well in this feud. He is very underrated. His role is very simple and very, very effective. What he does is he stands opposite people and he runs them down. I think in a different generation, The Miz would be getting the same sort of respect that people like The Rock gets. Genuinely. The Rock, never the strongest wrestler. Never the strongest wrestler. Oversold everything. But man, could he talk. Doopy says, not sure if someone has asked this question yet, but do you think Leach will be involved in the match? No, not even slightly. No real benefit to it. Moxie says, Tom, this is a bit of a tricky question. Who loses more, Karrion Kross or The Miz? The Miz, because The Miz is on TV more often. Megan says, doing good, able to get some rest, which is handy for the next couple of days. Feel sorry for the people working Collision tonight. I also feel sorry for the people who are at Collision tonight. Those fans are not going to be happy. Jack Roman thinks LA Knight will win easy. James says, I don't think Kayla Braxton likes the Lady in Orange. Lady in Orange constantly cuts off Kayla, so it's starting at SummerSlam. The Lady in Orange, James, it's her job to lead the conversation based on what's in her ear. So yes, her job will be to actually cut off Kayla Braxton. Joey says it would be funny if Punk showed up at Payback. It would be quite funny. He would be kicked out. Doopy says, did you see that The Miz's record is 1-34 this year? I did not, but wow. Gamelina says, is it true that Jey Uso is backstage in Pittsburgh? No, not to my knowledge. Not a single member of the Bloodline is on this card. It wouldn't really benefit him. It's not impossible. They do tend to come and visit. Joey says, I like The Miz on the mic, but not a fan of his in-ring work. His offense is really weak. There was a pretty good match that he had recently at a Backlash. Well, I'll say recently. It was about 5 years ago now. At a Backlash against Seth Rollins, it was very strongly heralded, but The Miz's job is not to be a good in-ring worker. Doopy says, Knight will win. Sai says, agreed, Kayla is visibly irritated, although I thought it was with Booker. Well, we'll have to keep an eye on that one. Interesting. Intrigue. Leon says, do you think Edge will go to AEW? I don't know. I do know, and was the first one to report, that he did have a deal on offer from the WWE that he just hadn't signed yet. And Salvador Chavez says, hi, my friend. Hello, Salvador. Good to see you, mate. Been a little while. Thank you, Carmelina. I appreciate that. Peter Insider do tend to have their ear to the ground because they do have people in the gorilla position who give them information. So chances are that's correct. Megan says, so far this year, The Miz has lost 29 out of 30 matches and Cross has lost 20 out of 25 matches. So it is indeed The Miz because he has had more matches. I feel good there. I feel good. Dan says, apparently Collision tonight, there was a lot of Punk shirts in the crowd, according to Twitter. Yeah, there was a lot of Punk shirts at Wembley. He still got booed out of the building. Quite literally, in fact. P says, as long as Booker doesn't say the quacky quack thing, he will. The shucky ducky quack quack is an institution. Joey says, are they saving the Uso match for Fastlane or another PLE? Don't know. I really don't. Gomar says, are any returns possible tonight? Yes. Anyway, next up, I want to talk about Rey Mysterio versus Austin Theory, and this is where I see a championship changing hands. Austin Theory, I think, regains this championship, and we head into more of a feud between Rey Mysterio and Santos Escobar. I do think we're going to see an LWO breakup soon. It really did not end up being the all-powerful faction, but it was quite fun while it lasted. I unfortunately don't think it's going to last too much longer. Who do you have for Rey Mysterio and Austin Theory? And do you think Santos Escobar gets involved? Steve says, yeah, I think I was like one of like 20 people out of 80k cheering on Punk at All In. I was, starting to record the first opening match and was excited, and then everyone around me started booing, and it was bad, and it was fun. So, yeah, I get it. So I says, booed out of the building quite literally made me blow my coffee out. Thanks. Yeah, I appreciate that. I like that I've got the comedy, and I can ruin some keyboards while I'm doing so. Leon thinks Austin Theory will pick up the win with a Santos heel turn. Daz has Rey to retain. Kieran says, I feel like the LWO is mainly put together for Backlash in Puerto Rico. You are not technically wrong on that one. Oh, Megan says, as regards All Out, as regards Collision, it's in Chicago, so the crowd will not be quiet about how they feel. Historically, yeah, they are not quiet. Jack thinks Rey will pick up the win. Bailey has Theory, but I don't care anymore about him as a performer. Rosal says Rey returns. We've seen Theory hold the title and he's done nothing with it. Steve says, I agree with an LWO breakup, although I think Rey retains here. Santos will be unhappy that Rey pulled a Hogan from WrestleMania 9 moment when winning the title. I mean, if you're going to be annoyed at Hulk Hogan. It's fair. Joey says, Theory is too boring for me. I think it needs a new character or something new going for him. This, I think, will be an opportunity to get something like that. He does need, at the very least, if you'll forgive the pun, evolution. But evolution is a mystery. A sudden change that no one sees. Doopy says, I think Rey will win. He needs to start going after the bigger titles like the IC and eventually the World Heavyweight and the Universal title. There is no intention for Rey Mysterio to ever again hold a top championship in the WWE. He was brought in to be a good hand, a reliable worker, pop a few crowds, and get a few people over. Oh, gotcha, Theory. Right, that makes more sense. Rizal says LWO did their thing and sold a lot of merch, which I think was the point. I don't necessarily think they're all going to go heel. I think Zelina Vega might be a standout, but I do think heel is where we're going for that one. We have 4 matches, in fact. I've only actually covered... No, we have 3 matches left to cover our predictions for. Apologies for that. So we've done so far LA Knight versus The Miz, Becky Lynch versus Trish Stratus, and Rey Mysterio versus Austin Theory. We're about halfway through the pre-show, so please take this opportunity to leave a like. We have 32 people watching and 25 likes. Every thumbs up makes a massive difference. In addition, if you've not yet done so, please do consider hitting subscribe. Last I checked, we're on 2,759. One more would get us to 2,760. We've in fact got to 2,766. Whenever I'm live, things seem to be going really well, don't they? 4 more to get us to 2,770. This time yesterday, we were on 2,637. It's been a mad couple of days. Doopy thinks Theory will win. Joey says, I think it would be interesting if they gave Theory a legend killer type of run that really helped get Randy over as a top heel. If so, Rey Mysterio is a good choice for it. Parrish says, do you think we see Carlito help the LWO turn on Rey? Perhaps this allows an LWO versus Rey squad in War Games. War Games is starting to look at like it's involving a lot of different teams. Personally, I put Judgment Day in there instead, though they might not last that long. I don't think we're going to see Carlito. Peter Insider, of course, have reported several weeks in a row that we're going to be seeing Carlito, and it hasn't happened. Yes, he has in fact been turning up at the Performance Center, but that does not mean he's going to be turning up to wrestle matches. We'll see what happens there. No news so far on Carlito being backstage, which I think is kind of telling if that's going to be the plan. Gotcha, Doopy, no worries. Don't worry about it. So, the Tag Team Championship match. Sami Zayn, Kevin Owens versus Finn Balor and Damian Priest. Who have you got for that one? Let's not forget that it's Tornado Tag Rules and a Steel City Street Fight, which means all 4 men are going to be in the ring, and the entirety of the Judgment Day can get as involved as they want. This includes Rhea Ripley. This includes Dominic Mysterio. This includes JD McDonough, who may make the mistake that costs them. Personally, I do think, even knowing that we're going to be working towards Street Profits as the next SmackDown Tag Team Champions, I do feel this is the perfect opportunity for at least a brief championship run for Judgment Day. I do think the next pay-per-view, Fastlane, will also include a rematch for this, so personally I would go with Judgment Day versus Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens. That would be a win for Judgment Day. Who do you think will be the winners for the Tag Team Championship match? I am intending at this point, by the way, that they end the night with Judgment Day holding 4 championships minimum. Steve says, I think War Games was teased a little bit yesterday on SmackDown. OC versus Bloodline with Jimmy Uso. Would be fun. That would be fun, and we're not too far away from it. War Games is coming this year. Joey says, Carlito could be there to work with a new talent or just visiting. Often he is. And Daz says, in the tag team match, Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens to retain. DP says, I think LA Knight will be the one to beat Ray. I personally think LA Knight will be the one to beat Austin Theory. Perry says, SRS, take it for what it's worth. Do you have beef there, mate, that I'm not aware of? Reported Carlito, Kyrie, AOP and perhaps Nia Jax are under contract or have been signed by WWE. Thoughts? Well, Kyrie I'm aware of. I did report back in, I think, November that the return of William Regal would also herald the return of Kairi Sane. It was part of his individual mission to get her back so that they could launch NXT Asia. For AOP, I reported that over a year ago that there was ongoing discussions there. For Nia Jax, after the Royal Rumble, I did report that there had been a contract and a deal signed. We were just waiting for more from there. As regards Carlito, I unfortunately have absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. Moxie says, Tom, in my opinion, WWE broke up the bloodline way too quick. Jimmy should have turned at Money in the Bank, and SummerSlam should have been Jimmy versus Roman. I wouldn't necessarily think they've broken them up. After all, Jimmy seems to be wanting to go back, and Solo Sikoa is still in play. Steve says, Sami and KO to retain. Judgment Day to make a mistake to cost Balor and Priest. However, I think the championship will be won tonight, adding to the Judgment Day collection. This seems like it might well be the night indeed. Christian says, I feel like KO and Sami still have this, but I'm tired of Rhea getting away with hitting men. Well, you never know. Nia Jax might be the great equalizer. Doopy giving full predictions there. Jack says, I'm saying Sami and KO winning because WWE has KO and Sami defending the title against Indus Sher at the India show. Perry says, I only say for what it's worth, not to throw shade, but nothing in wrestling is ever 100, is it? It's not. It's not. Like, I'm definitely sure that quite a lot of people say the same about me, like, for what it's worth. I have obviously a very good record that I'm going to stand by, but no one's infallible, certainly not myself. Joey says, Tom, stop giving me nightmares. You're okay, mate. You're okay. You're okay. The scary clown Cody Rhodes isn't going to get you. It's fine. It's fine. That leaves us with 2 matches to discuss. Firstly, another Judgment Day match. Rhea Ripley defending the Women's Championship against Raquel Rodriguez. Raquel Rodriguez challenging Rhea Ripley for the Women's World Championship. And I don't think it's going to be difficult to work out what my answer is going to be here. Rhea Ripley handily defeats Raquel Rodriguez to hold on to her championship. For Rhea Ripley, she does need to get a few more big scalps, but I just don't see that moment coming because there are no real big scalps at the moment. It's very difficult outside of Becky Lynch to say legitimate threats to Rhea Ripley. Raquel Rodriguez is not a legitimate threat to Rhea Ripley. She just isn't. It's sad to say in many ways, but unfortunately it's just not the case. Now, Liv Morgan likely to get an opportunity soon. Shayna Baszler being built up. Becky Lynch, of course, likely to be fighting for that championship at some point soon as the only real top-level competitor left. But I have Rhea Ripley retaining. We did ask at Spoiler Warning how long people think that match is going to be as well. So, in addition to telling me who you think is going to win, do you think it's going to be a squash or not? Gotcha, Steve. It's not Judgment Day, it's JD McDonough. Steve says, Rhea to retain, longest match she will have had since winning the title. Daz thinks Rhea Ripley retained as well. Steve says, does Raquel need a heel turn in your opinion, or just a bit more of a mean streak, and suggests the match will be 12 minutes. Raquel Rodriguez, for me, just needs to be involved in more matches that she can actually win. So far, she's had a lot of losses on the main roster, but she has been a tag team champion. If you keep her in the tag division for a bit, it'll feel less like she's being pushed down the throats, as it were. A good match tonight creates an opportunity, but I think she just needs wins. I think at this point, genuinely, she just needs to start racking up some wins. Moxie says, imagine the Bloodline versus Judgment Day at War Games, then we get a Roman and Rhea face-off. I think it's more likely, if that's the case, it'd be Judgment Day versus Bobby Lashley, the Street Profits, and Bianca Belair. Joey says that would be a bad look for Raquel if she got squashed. I think they will be given a decent amount of time. Jack says Rhea retains, but it's going to be going back and forth, and 13 minutes. I do think it'll be around 15 minutes. I don't think we're going to be seeing a squash here. And honestly, I'm excited because I think this will be Raquel Rodriguez's best match. Perry suggests Roman, Jimmy, Solo, and Nia versus AJ, Gallows, Carl, and Mia versus Finn Balor, Damian Priest, Dominic Mysterio, and Rhea Ripley in War Games. Sounds good to me. I do think we need to get back to 3 teams. I really do. Could be so much fun. Steve says, any updates on Liv Morgan's injury? Yeah, she's recovering okay. She's mostly just annoyed, if I'm honest. Speaking of War Games, in the hype package for Rhea Ripley, we did in fact just see some War Games. This is just a pure Rhea Ripley hype package. Beautiful to see. Beautiful to see. Moxie says, Tom, in my opinion, I think Shayna is a perfect person to dethrone Rhea because of their history. Rhea literally dethroned Shayna in her historic NXT title run. I wouldn't be against that. I think Shayna Baszler has a huge amount of upside, and I do think she has natural chemistry with Rhea Ripley. Joey says, I've already read that one. James says, this is a question for the chat and you, Tom. Do you see any returns or debuts or call-ups tonight? Nope. Megan says, Rhea's longest title defense on this run has been 12 minutes and 45 seconds. That was against Natalya on Raw 2 months ago. Moxie is saying quite boldly, 16 minutes and 37 seconds. Red Top Rich is asking when Randy Orton is coming back. I've released a number of videos explaining the situation with Randy Orton that you may enjoy, Red Top Rich. I believe it's the 8th video in the video tab. I suggest you check it out. I hope you might enjoy it. Steve is also of the opinion that we will not be seeing big returns tonight. Does anyone else think that's going to be it? Because if you think we're going to see debuts, returns, maybe AOP in the street fight, who do you think it's going to be? Do you see returns or debuts, and who if you do? This leaves us then with the main event. Seth Rollins versus Shinsuke Nakamura. Now I'm going to go all spoiler warning for a moment and just report with a big smile on my face. Seth Rollins requested a match against Shinsuke Nakamura. We're at a moment right now where Shinsuke Nakamura is having a bit of a resurgence. Seth Rollins was very happy with the match that they had at Survivor Series. He wanted to go again and get Shinsuke Nakamura's name in the annals of World Champion Challengers once again. Now that in no way means he's likely to win the championship, and I simply don't think it's likely, but it does mean he gets to have a main event pay-per-view match against Seth Rollins, who's guaranteed to give him good quality, and I do think it's a great spot for Nakamura to be in. Seth Rollins wins the match clean, but does have a few bangs up to his back. Perry says, with Theory being one of the best people backstage, I meet and greets, do you think a Theory face turn could be the right move? Long term, yes, but right now he simply does not have the support behind him for it. I don't think there is a way that they can turn him face with how he is right now. Sai says, love me some War Games, can't help but feel they've missed an opportunity not having a Bloodline Judgment Day War Games, and WCW did do heel versus heel War Games back in the day. Q43 says CM Punk / Colt Cabana dueling chants have already started before Collision. Wow. Well, that's telling, isn't it? That's telling. Moxie says Tommy should bring back the 24/7 championship. I unfortunately am not able to do so. I know that it was quite popular on Twitch in the brief time that we did it, but in order to actually make it happen, there was a lot of stopping what I was doing to respect it, and if I'm live on YouTube at the same time, nobody has a clue what's going on. Bailey says outside chance Tiffany Stratton interferes in the steel cage match, which is the pivot of Becky going to NXT. Interesting. Not something I've really considered, but NXT is certainly getting a lot of traction right now. That'd be a good way to get some more attention for them. Steve says Nakamura's presentation has been incredible since this feud started. More of this WWE going forward, please. Who do you think is going to win, Seth Rollins or Shinsuke Nakamura? Sai says if I were to predict a return, it would be Liv, depending on how banged up she is. Essentially running in to stop Rhea Ripley continuing to maul Raquel Rodriguez after the match. I could see it. Joey says it'd be interesting if the Great Muta got involved. I don't think it would. I think it'd be really, really annoyingly uninteresting. It'd be like the Great Khali getting involved way back when and then doing nothing with it. Steve says Bailey could be right with Tiffany. Potential no mercy match with Becky needs building. This would be a great way to get people invested. Steve says Seth to win, Priest to cash in successfully. I'm going to get to that, don't you worry. Joey says, do you think Punk's career is done for good after this? No, but I think it's likely that he goes away for quite a while. Daz says Seth to retain, Damian to cash in and lose. Oh, bold prediction there from Daz. As regards Damian Priest, do you believe this is the night that he cashes in? Personally, I thought it was going to be SummerSlam. I was wrong on that one, so I'm pushing it back a month and I'm saying it's going to be tonight. I believe that Damian Priest, one way or another, leaves Judgment Day, leaves Payback with at least one championship. And I think if he doesn't win the tag team championships, that actually really supports the idea that he's going to be leaving a world heavyweight champion. Joey says the Great Muta is leagues better than Khali. He's also retired and not interested in wrestling anymore. So you can say his league's better, but it actually does not matter in the slightest. Steve says if Priest did cash in successfully instead of Balor being kicked out of the group, could it be more interesting that everyone turns on Priest as he wasn't a team player winning the tag titles, Priest to be pinned in the tag match? Not sure. Personally, I think Finn Balor would be the one kicked out because he couldn't get the job done, but Damian Priest could. So if, for example, they don't win the tag team championship, but Damian Priest becomes the world heavyweight champion, Finn Balor then is the only one without a championship. So if I was him, I'd be nervous about my future. Well, no doubt, Joey, in his prime he was great, but we're not talking about him in his prime. We're talking about him tonight. He's not in his prime tonight. Moxley has Seth freaking Rollins to pick up the win in the World Heavyweight Championship match. We have about 10 minutes left of our pre-show before we go live with the full show, so let's run down those predictions one last time. I have Becky beating Trish in the steel cage match. I have LA Knight beating The Miz. I have Rey Mysterio losing the United States Championship to Austin Theory. I have Raquel Rodriguez losing the match against Rhea Ripley. Damian Priest and Finn Balor winning the Tag Team Championships from Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn for at least a brief time before losing them back again so that they can move towards the Street Profits. Seth Rollins retaining the World Heavyweight Championship against Shinsuke Nakamura. And yes, I think tonight might be the night for Damian Priest. Perry says, imagine a theory if Rey is attacked and can't defend the title, Santos competes in Rey's spot and beats Austin Theory to win the title. He wouldn't. If he competes in Rey's spot, then Rey Mysterio would keep hold of the championship. Megan says, what if Priest cashes in but JD helps him win? Is that JD McDonough or is it Judgment Day? We need to be clear on this one because I'm getting confused. One says, I've got Seth and he was right about Punk being a cancer. And Steve says, do you think anything will come out of the Grayson Waller effect with Cody Rhodes? Yeah, I think the next feud for Cody will be the obvious one. And I'm interested to see how involved John Cena is with Cody Rhodes. Because they are both sat side by side at the merch tables signing autographs and signing posters. So, I mean, they're still working together. They're just not working together in a wrestling match right now. As regards John Cena, I see him doing a pretty standard job As a host, it's John Cena. You know what you're going to get. It'll be worth watching, but it won't be too obnoxious. As regards further than that, the situation with Cody Rhodes and Grayson Waller. I think Grayson Waller gets beat up, gets hit with a finisher, probably gets hit with an AA as well. That's kind of it for me. Maybe Cody Rhodes is the first person to announce he's going into the Royal Rumble. Or maybe he's announcing someone into the Hall of Fame. Maybe Dustin Rhodes is coming back. Haven't seen him in AEW for a while. Maybe he's going to come back and throw some shade at CM Punk. Who knows? Who knows at this point? Who the F knows? Kieran says, does Punk being released mean he has no non-compete clause? If he is being full-on terminated, not released but terminated, that would mean all clauses in his contract are terminated with it. That includes non-compete clauses. But as I have said, and as I will be continuing to say, the WWE have no interest whatsoever in a return for CM Punk. I don't know if that's what you're referring to, Kieran, but just general announcement to everyone here. The WWE has no interest in a return for CM Punk. Joey thinks Ryback will return and face Punk. Maybe in an indie show. Definitely not in WWE. The WWE will be saying no as loud and as blatantly as they possibly can to any possibility of CM Punk. We have an Asuka hype package on Peacock at the moment. Well, not on Peacock. An Asuka hype package. Nice to see she's getting at least a little love. So far during the show we've gained 31 subscribers. We're at 2,782. I keep trying to push this to the next level on it, but I think I may be thinking a bit too small. Every time we go live for the last few days, we've seen the numbers really rolling in. We're now at 2,782, meaning I feel confident that before we actually go live with Payback, we might just reach 2,800. If you are a new subscriber, I hope you're enjoying the show. Let me know if that's not the case and if there's anything I can do to make sure you have a better time. We are going to be watching Payback start to finish, starting in about 8 minutes. If you've not yet done so, please consider hitting the like button and subscribe if you haven't. Sai says, I wonder if they mention the Punk situation on Collision. I think they have to. I think they have to as well, and it's not going to go well for them in that time. Megan says, what if Priest cashes in with I've already read that one, sorry. And Megan says, sorry, don't Google me. Well, I mean, that would certainly prove his commitment to Judgment Day. I wouldn't hate it. Moxie says, I wish WWE actually teased Priest trying to cash in on Roman. If I was Priest, I'm only going to be focused on Roman, looking at his historic title reigns. No interest from Damian Priest in that. I think it's one of those, much like Big E way back when, it was never going to be a good option to try and compete against Roman. Moxie says maybe we get a quick 7-minute between Cody and Waller. I'd imagine that's meant to say a match. And it's not impossible. I mean, it's happened before. I would assume, based on this, that Asuka's coming back soon, after her break. Moxie says, Tom, what's your favourite crisps/snacks? Hard to say. Lately I've been having a lot of salt and vinegar discos. I'm a salt and vinegar guy, you all know this. There's one thing you all know about me, it's salt and vinegar. Is my bag. Baby. Oh, it is confirmed apparently. John Cena, special guest referee for LA Knight versus The Miz. Poor Miz. Poor Miz. As has always been the case, John Cena does have a habit of attaching himself. Just attaching himself to the most popular star at the time. LA Knight is the one. LA Knight is the one. The main event is always the last promo on the pre-show. We're about to see the final hype package, that being for Seth Rollins versus Shinsuke Nakamura. I'm interested to see if Damian Priest features in this particular hype package. Red Top Rich says, will CM Punk return to WWE? There is no interest whatsoever right now in CM Punk returning to the WWE from the WWE or indeed from CM Punk. Joey says, I really wanted to see Gable and Gunter on the card. I think Becky and Trish should have been saved for Raw. Becky and Trish should have been ideally for me at SummerSlam. But then what happens with the rest of the card? Who's dropped from it? Doopy says, where do you think Punk will go? Home. Steve says, ooh, Disco's not had those in about 20 years. And James says, Punk number 30 of the Rumble. Nope. I really don't think anyone should be getting their hopes up on this. I really don't. CM Punk is extremely unlikely to return to the WWE. Extremely unlikely. It's nice to see the work that they've done to rebuild Shinsuke Nakamura. It's taken time, it's taken effort. It's also taken skill, because Nakamura's made this work. We could have had the same heel Nakamura we had previously. I really enjoyed the Nakamura who didn't speak English. I really enjoyed it. They're also bringing Becky into it a little more than I would like, but hey, this reminds me a lot of AJ Styles versus Samoa Joe. Note that I did not say AJ Styles versus Shinsuke Nakamura, because that was all low blows and crap. It reminds me of AJ Styles versus Samoa Joe, primarily, of course, because Samoa Joe made it personal, and he made it personal fast. Good old-fashioned, this time it's personal. Moxley says, my favourite watch party ever was the watch party where we all spoke about crisps. That was a while back, a long, long time ago, and, well, to be fair, it's February, so I hope you all enjoyed it. Megan, I don't really have time to be clicking on links. Can you give me some inclination as to what it is you've just sent on for me, please? James says, I'm just saying it as a joke. It would be funny if it happened, but you know it will never happen. He is a lost cause. Lost cause is an interesting way of phrasing it, but I get what you're saying. Pete says, me and Tom have more chance of headlining WrestleMania than Punk coming back to WWE. I won't go that far. Doopy says, I feel like Triple H should have added one more match to the card for SummerSlam, because we could have had the Trish and Becky feud end at SummerSlam if he added one more match to the card. Joey says, I already see people on Twitter thinking Punk will show up at Survivor Series. Yep, because it's in Chicago, don't you know? And if you're in Chicago, surely you'll forget many years of problems and abuse at the hands of a former employee. Leona reminding us all of, oh, Wendy. Sai says, I may be wrong, but I always got the impression that Triple H can hold a grudge a lot longer than Vince, especially when it comes to bringing back talent. I'll be stunned if he went anywhere near Punk. Me too. Me too. It is true. Triple H, for example, does not ever want to work with Hulk Hogan. Triple H is the one who said, we're not bringing Goldberg back, and he hasn't. Triple H basically says what's going to happen, and then it happens, whereas Vince McMahon will always follow the mighty book. Fair enough. Doopy says, we could have had a Chad Gable and Gunter match tonight. We still could. 7 matches is not a huge amount for a pay-per-view, but Triple H, as we know, likes his half-hour blocks. Half an hour to feature a match, a segment, a promo, next match. James says, Punk will be backstage at Survivor Series on his hand and knees begging Triple H for a contract. And that's the point at which Triple H will say, yeah, nah. Thank you, Bailey, for clarifying what's happening from Megan's link. It says, Tony Khan is speaking before Collision about Punk and is being booed heavily. Not a surprise. Chicago might stop being their home away from home. I also think it's telling that they're there right now, and CM Punk, to my knowledge, is not. Dom says, what's up, Tom and chat? Don't forget to hit the like button. We have 5 words for you. Let me talk to you. We have just hit 30 likes. So I want to say a massive thank you to all of you for those. Every little does help the growth of the channel. So things like letting me know your predictions, asking questions, hitting like, all of that jazz makes a massive difference to what we do here and what we've been able to achieve recently. As you know, with a bit of YouTube advertising and of course success in the shows, we've been growing at our highest rate ever over the past 2 months. So huge thank you for that. Joey says, imagine if Colt Cabana shows up at the pay-per-view tomorrow. And I imagine quite a lot of people now aren't going to go. Anthony Manzano is here. Says, hi Tom. Welcome, mate. How you doing? Been a little while. Kieran says, Chicago is also one of the few arenas they sell a lot of tickets in, it seems. It's a very, very eager wrestling zone. James says, CM Punk front row Survivor Series with blurred out face in the highlights. I would enjoy that. I really would enjoy that. If you bought a ticket, got on camera, much in the same way that Britt Baker did way back when, and they ended up blurring his face. So he says, holy hell, TK just got Dominic level heel heat at the venue for Collision, and I love that we quantify heel heat by Dominic these days. Dominic gets a lot of heel heat. The man gets it. Thank you, Megan. That I could recognise based on the link, but I appreciate the clarification for people other than me here. We are about to go live with Payback. The cage is descending. No Metallica. They do that for the Hell in a Cell, but not the cage. Baffling. Baffling. Anthony says, Tom, since you are considered a wrestling media member, can you explain to me how TK sided with his own homegrown talent who really doesn't sell merchandise over a guy who brings in ratings like Punk? Yeah, really simple. If all of the homegrown talent didn't want to work with CM Punk, then CM Punk's not going to make any money because he's got no one to wrestle with. I think the deciding factor as much as anything was that if one of your members of talent starts choking out another member of talent, it doesn't really matter who's getting ratings, it matters who's choking people in the corridors in front of everyone. Dan says, yeah, TK is getting booed, Twitter is reporting. Kieran says, and I think this is fair, gotta respect Tony Khan though, facing the crowd. Yeah, I doubt he wants to be doing that. I really doubt he wants to. Kervin says, the only match I really look forward to on Payback, the best build storyline is The Miz versus LA Knight. I think there's some good matches lined up here. Some very good matches. I think Seth versus Shinsuke will be a lot of fun as well. I think the Tag Team Championship match has a lot of potential. I think the cage match will at least be good. I think more of the card will be good than not, I'll tell you that. James says, Tom, don't you think AW killed the whole blood thing? It's every match, but since it's so around WWE, you're like, whoa, is this real or a blade? Yeah, there was a lot of blood at All In. Like a lot. Gomar says it's starting. Anthony says, Tom, I can see you from Punk's side. Some of these guys purposely antagonize him. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. If someone is purposely antagonizing you and you start choking them, you're still in the wrong. You're still in the wrong. Don't choke people. Shouldn't be difficult. Sai says, TK looked really uncomfortable. This can't be a good day for him. Nope, and sometimes, unfortunately, you have to take your medicine. It happens in football, it happens in wrestling, it happens in politics, it happens in life. Sometimes you have a day where you just have to take your medicine. Sai says, having a horrible temper is no excuse. We are in our opening hype package. A lot of love for Rhea, a lot of love for Seth. This feels more like a Night of Champions than not, to be honest. I never expected you were, Si, don't you worry. Never expected you were. I thought you were being genuine, and I stand by that. Jaden is here saying, hey Tom, hello Jaden. You must be thrilled that you're going to be able to watch yourself some AEW and some Mercedes money very, very soon. Anthony says, Tom, would you consider Punk locker room cancer, or is it just that he needs to be in a more stable environment? Maybe like WWE. We tried that, didn't work. There is no more stable environment for CM Punk. CM Punk is the unstable environment. The man's a flight risk, and he does cause issues wherever he goes. Now, I don't doubt there are times when people intentionally stepped up to him to get a response from him. Jack Perry definitely picked a fight, but CM Punk is the one who started the attack, the aggressor, and started choking people. He's the one who essentially refused to use his words. Also, to be blunt, what right does he have to decide what spots other people get? I will continue to ask that question, because that's the big thing for me. Why is he having those discussions and not management? Tony Khan is of course stepping up right now and is getting booed for it. But at the same time, maybe if he'd stepped up a little earlier, CM Punk would still be working there. Payback is now live, Pyro is now exploding, and it's not even Cody Rhodes that it's for. The cage has come down, but if we're hosting, then surely John Cena will be the first one into the arena. Cena Arena. Cena Arena. Why has no one ever talked about that? It rhymes. Cena Arena. Why isn't there a John Cena Arena? You wouldn't see it, that's why. That's why. James says, I think WWE fans need to move on from the past. They can't just bring everyone back. Majority are too old or a flight risk, Punk, Hogan, etc. I think some returns have been okay, but I'm not the most thrilled with Trish Stratus. She's done okay. I'm glad she's been working to make Zoe Stark get over. But, meh. Anthony says, Tom, I'm not sure who it was. Was it Sami or Hangman that complained that Punk is being overly stiff during the matches in a promo? No idea. I don't watch often enough, to be honest. Don't watch often enough. But there's been plenty enough reason for this moment. Plenty enough. James says, Trish Stratus is meh. Always very sloppy. Megan says, Khan said in his opening speech that he felt his life was in danger during the incident. Ooh, okay. There were monitors falling on Tony Khan. Certainly, as I say, Punk was the aggressor. We haven't heard anything from Jack Perry yet. And I think once we do, we'll realise exactly what happened there. But Samoa Joe broke them up. And Samoa Joe's basically the only reason that a match even happened. Solid match as well. Solid match. So a lot of the Trish heel turn has been built around what she achieved previously. And I don't think they should be doing that, because in many ways you're painting a different perspective of the history of Trish Stratus. Awkward, difficult. I'm not sure when the Judgment Day implodes. I do think there'll be a little longer yet. James pointing out Tensai in the promo back in the days when he had a Prince Albert. Not to be confused with Prince Andrew. Different things. Both dicks. To be clear, given that a lot of the story is about saying thank you, Trish, I think it's very possible, very likely in fact, that Becky Lynch defeats Trish Stratus and then says thank you, Trish. And then the crowd say thank you, Trish. And then away she goes. I think that would be a great way to wrap it. But there's still a number of people that Trish Stratus did want to work with. She has been speaking with Alexa Bliss for years about a match between the two of them. And unfortunately now is not the time for it. Dom says, first live event in a long time without the Bloodline. Who do you think will have the best match tonight? I'm saying Judgment Day versus Sami and Kevin Owens. I'm excited about that match. I do think Seth and Shinsuke are going to tear the roof off the place though. James says, one can be a good time and the other can be a horrible time. You decide what is what. Andy says, hello Tom. Hello Andy, how you doing? And he says, Tom, as a fan of British wrestling, which wrestler from Britain that never wrestled for WWE deserves to be in the WWE Hall of Fame like they do with New Japan? I don't really know. I'm a fan of British wrestling, but I don't know who everyone is. Like, I'd be leaning towards Ospreay, but I'm not aware of the full history. Okay, we are looking to go live. Becky Lynch historically does open pay-per-views. That's just a thing that she does. Whoa, whoa. I do feel like they've taken a lot of the heat away from Becky Lynch and just made it a lot harder for her long term, with a few that just kept going. Would you prefer to have Becky go up against Rhea immediately after this match, or would you prefer to save it till WrestleMania? Kieran says, it sucks for Bliss every time the two times Trish has come back. First she was injured, and the second she's pregnant. Yep, bad luck, real genuine bad luck there. When Trish previously announced her actual retirement, it was because of the injuries to Alexa Bliss. They were talking about having that match, and unfortunately it just never came around for them. It is just sheer bad luck, as you say, sheer bad luck. I think we have indeed broken 2,800 subscribers there. Let's have a look. 2,804. A good day, guys. A good day. The YouTube advertising's working out, but it doesn't mean anything unless I start to see people showing up in the videos. So far, I'm not seeing any new faces. So maybe it doesn't work out long term and I have to start getting rid of some people. And he says, Tom, do you think WWE eventually is going to go back to using the Hell in a Cell match as a blow-off for a feud instead of having a whole pay-per-view dedicated to it? They already have done. Trish Stratus walking down to the ring in a Charlotte Flair robe. To very little response from the crowd. That's telling. James says, sometimes feuds like this feel like career killers. Kinda, yeah. You have to have the 4 horsewomen out of the championship picture for at least a brief amount of time. Charlotte Flair's still kind of in it, Bayley's still kind of in it, but they're not directly in the championship picture. And even though you have 2 championships, it's almost all been 4 horsewomen for about a decade now. So I'm glad we're at least getting some variation. I did report more than a year ago that the 4 horsewomen were going to be phased out of the championship picture. Nice to see it happening. Tiffany Stratton is at ringside with her NXT championship. Not exactly a reaction for her there, which is a shame, I feel. But it does offer some credence to the idea that she might get involved here. Tom says the rules for this match is that they can only win by escaping the cage. What happened to pinfalls? Didn't need them. Didn't need them. It's all about escaping. And if it's about escaping, I don't feel this is a blow-off to a feud. Which I don't like to say, but I have to. Bella's wrong. Becky Lynch versus Trish Stratus, 9 months in the making, and a tag team championship involved as well. Tyler G says, how's everyone doing tonight? I'm doing pretty well, Tyler. How are you? And I hope everyone else will let you know too. Trish immediately goes for the cage, which kind of ruins the whole point of the match. Stuart says, I reckon those who boo Tony Khan for the firing, or they went into work and choked someone you disagree with, you'd be canned, quick, smart. Yes, but they don't agree that they should be. That's the difference. They don't think that they should be fired for that. They think that they should be absolutely fine, and everyone should just get over it. That's your difference. I think I may have had an internet blip there. I do apologise if anyone has lost the feed, at least temporarily. Yeah, we're having a few problems with YouTube. Hopefully this can be pushed through. I do apologise. Please bear with me. James says, who's getting their popcorn ready for Punk's Instagram rants? He does like a good rant. The man likes to get the word out. Tempo's going up. So far, Trish is being thrown around more than she's doing the throwing. Becky Lynch keeping the crowd going. Jaden says maybe Becky will go down to NXT to finally become a Grand Slam champion. I mean, maybe, but I think it's beneath her. That says it happened for Seth Rollins, and they do want to pop ratings down there. What better way to do it than by having some of the biggest names in wrestling make appearances? I certainly think it's a good idea. Did Corey Graves just say shatter your dreams? As in shattered dreams? Just going to throw that out there because I think that's quite interesting. Shatter your dreams. Becky Lynch is on the top rope, seems to be aiming to escape the cage. A match like this is supposed to be a grudge match. It's supposed to be a bit of a blood feud. I never get why people try to escape the cage. Surely they should be trying to basically just demolish each other using the cage, but escaping the cage kind of belies the whole point of the feud in the first place. At least that's my 2 cents. 456, how you doing, mate? Says, what's up, everyone? Let's have a great one. Thanks, Tom, and blessings. Thank you, 456. Thank you for joining us. We're currently on 34 likes. One more to get to 35. If you're able to, please do consider hitting that thumbs up button. Becky Lynch being stretched over the back of a rope now. The tempo is continuing to be high, and Trish Stratus so far is delivering. But so far it's mostly just throwing people into cages. So, not exactly asking a lot of herself right now. Crowd chanting for Becky. We seem to have a pretty hot crowd so far. Those who are watching Dynamite, by the way, sorry, not Dynamite, Collision, let me know how that's going. I'm interested. I'm intrigued. I got to know. Okay, well, it's not just about leaving the cage, because that was a pinfall from Trish Stratus. She was trying to pin Becky there, so you can definitely do pinfalls. And in fact, a roll-up there, so it's not just about leaving the cage. We are confirmed on that one. Kieran says, as in Shattered Dreams as Goldust and Stardust reuniting. Confirmed. KJ says, what's up, Tom? Nice background thing in the overlay. Size work as always. Thanks, KJ. Welcome to the show. Did the WWE announce there'd be no pinfalls? Because if so, they were wrong. I mean, the referee's counting them. Nobody seems to be annoyed by the concept. Trish Stratus working from the top, but basically just doing a lot of grinding down at the moment. The double fish hook that Sheamus was using for a while when he was a bad guy. Do you remember that? Do you remember those days when Sheamus was a bad guy? Awkward times. Pete says if it's pinfall, there would be no ref in... If it's no pinfall, there'd be no ref in the ring, which is fair. No need for a ref in the ring if there's no pinfalls. It's a very fair comment. The announcer said it, says Dom. Well, the announcer said wrong. Maybe there was a last minute change involved. Thank you, Megan. Appreciate that. Sending a link for AEW for Tony Khan's opening speech. I do like that he's not hiding from this. They're being very upfront, and it's not what we usually associate with Tony Khan. James says they changed the travel contract as well. I'm confused why they change it. They're making it up as they go along, that's why. Sean says not sure why Tiffany is there unless it's to promote NXT. I think you've answered your own question there, but welcome, Sean. And Jack says it's a normal cage match, and a normal cage match is escape or pin. Also submission, because after all it's Becky Lynch. There was a tag team cage match where you both had to be out of the ring, but then one Hardy got out of the ring, and then the other one didn't, which was just awkward for everyone involved. Not much actual wrestling moves yet from Trish, but we've still got plenty of time. Becky's starting to do a lot of throwing around. As cage matches go, so far so good. Lots of use of the cage. Few of those old-fashioned lawn dart moments. And Becky Lynch throwing Beck's exploders and flying. Sean said the cage is supposed to keep people out. It doesn't, which is true. Tom says, I remember that Jeff didn't leave. That was it, thank you. Jeff just didn't want to leave. Was happy where he was. I remember him having the opportunity, but he could dive back in, and it's Jeff Hardy, so he was always going to dive back in. We all knew it was coming. Kieran says, Ricky Steamboat is facing Ricky Starks in a no DQ strap match. Why? Is there no one else? Like, sorry to quote Gladiator to you at all out, thank you for the clarification. Sorry to quote Gladiator, but is there no one else? AEW have like 180 people on their staff. They can't think of anyone else. Dom saying the face Matt Hardy made was priceless. Good times. It was against the bar, wasn't it? Nice moves there. The May Trish followed by a leg drop. The crowd encouraging them to get back into it. Yes, Pete, Punk is fired, but they've still got more people on the roster. Have another women's match, for the love of God. Kieran says, I wonder if it was meant to be Punk to continue their feud. I'm sure it was. Especially when you say it's a strap match. Punk sort of made a big deal out of strap matches. The guy likes them. He likes to be strapped. He likes to strap. His tools. It's fetish shit. KJ says Ricky versus Ricky is happening. Yep, it's a Rick-off. Oh, the Rick-off. Oh, Megan's saying he's not. Starks is facing a dragon, but he's not Steamboat. A Welsh dragon? He's facing Drew McIntyre. What's happening? Sai says, never mind the roster depth. What are they doing putting a 70-year-old with a heart condition in a match? Kieran says, apparently Ricky isn't in bad shape, though. Did the indie show a year ago, I think it was. A year ago was a while. And James says, when does Gunter beat the record? Soon. I can't say much more than that, just soon. A direct quote from Tony Khan here, brought to us by Coup43, says, never in all that time, until last Sunday at AW All In, that my security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show. Coup43 quite rightly surmising, I don't think we got the full story, Tom. We don't. We do not have the full story, and that is a really important thing to consider. We do not have the full story. Oh, gotcha. Kieran has clarified. The American Dragon, Bryan Danielson. Good swerve. Turns out there was someone else. Trish showing off some of her more infamous signature moves. Oh, lovely sit-up there from Trish. She knew where we were going. It was going to be something of a styles clash. Trish just does a sit-up and starts beating the hell out of Becky. That was good. Dom says that's a hell of a lump on Trish's forehead. I'll need to check on that. And James says, I thought it was Punk and one guy, not Khan as well. Khan just happened to be nearby. He got dragged into it. Justin Stevens, welcome. Says Tony Khan's exaggerating. He acted like Punk had a knife running at him. Life is in danger, please. To be fair, mate, you weren't there. But I do think we're going to hear more from Punk's camp soon. After all, it was Punk who was releasing the information about the airport. Powerbomb off the ropes. Not quite a win there for Becky. We're still in play. Yeah, it was Punk who released that information. Anything that's coming through Hausman, it's pretty much guaranteed to be directly from CM Punk. He's going to want to control the story here. And that's going to be difficult for him. Because you've got the entire AEW machine who are going to be picking up the argument here. This is awesome chant from the crowd. Kieran says Punk is 100% going to milk this out. Yes, he is. And honestly, I can't blame him. Get your money. Pete says this is a banger to start with. A great start. There's a reason Becky Lynch typically opens pay-per-views. She's just very good at it. Jack Roman quite rightly pointing out there is video record of what happened at All In. I wouldn't be too surprised if we do get to see it soon. Widow's Peak from Trish Stratus, a tribute to Victoria. Becky naturally kicks out. James says, I've been in the proximity of fight with my life in danger. Well, it depends. One wrong punch can cause some serious damage, guy. Justin says people who dislike Punk will not believe anything positive or painting Punk in a more innocent light. Yeah, and people who like Punk will not believe anything negative or painting him in a less innocent light. Punk has got a little bit of that Donald Trump about him in that people have made their decision and nothing and no one will convince them otherwise. And that's on both sides. Pete says Becky talking to Trish then. Becky has become more of a ring general over the last few years, and unfortunately she's getting a bit of that John Cena Triple H volume to it. A twist of fate from Becky Lynch. And no attempt to cover her shoulders. No attempt made. It's like she didn't want to win the match. Very smooth twist of fate though. I'd like to see Becky deliver an RKO. I think she'd be good at it. KJ says, I'll be honest, this match has been way better than anything these two have done in this feud so far. I was confident they would deliver. I just don't think they can keep delivering. This is one of those where you got to give us everything at once. Oh, Becky Lynch selling a knee injury. That's a finisher for Trish. Becky's eyes open. I'm not sure she did that. I'm not sure she managed that kick out. Getting the benefit of the doubt from the referee. Justin says, love how nobody even brings up Jungle Boy instigating him by taking a shot at him about the glass. There is a huge difference between taking a shot verbally and choking someone. Punk made it physical. Now Jack Perry is suspended and we will wait to see what action is taken against him. But let's not forget that this is his first offence, and for Punk's first offence he got a quite long break before returning with his own show. KJ says, maybe it's too soon to ask Tom, but do you think Punk could go back to WWE? Nope. There is no interest from the WWE in CM Punk. And James says, these kickouts are nuts. Clearly quite enjoying the match. I'm looking forward to the end of the match when we do our ratings out of 10. I'm interested to see what people think of this one, because I've got to say, I'm rating it quite highly so far. They're using the cage well as well. Andy says, I'm not a fan of Tony Khan, but I believe he made the right choice with Punk. He has too many problems since he returned. Oh, Trish in position for a manhandle slam here. Becky lets it go. KJ says, I'll say this, women's matches on Raw and SmackDown are usually short under Triple H, but on pay-per-view they get a lot of time. A bulldog off the top rope, and Trish seems to have hurt her, let's be graceful, tailbone. Again, that is a late kick out from Becky Lynch. She needs to be doing them a little bit sooner. I get that she's trying to do late kickouts, but it's too late. Too late. Corey Graves also mentioning tailbone. We're being as official as we can here. Tailbone. She's holding her thigh, but she seems to be okay. Trish climbing back up. At this point, she can leave the cage. Becky chasing her up. Becky's not going to be afraid to go straight up to that top. Suddenly there's a lot of height involved here. Okay, I've now seen the bump. That is quite... Oh, wow. Was that the cage? What on earth happened? That's a welting off. Kieran says, just realised we have 2 women's matches on a 6-match card. All In had 1 9-minute match on like a 5-hour pay-per-view. I don't think the direct comparison is required. There are definitely pay-per-views where from the WWE that we don't have much women's wrestling. I think ideally we just want to try and get more women's wrestling. Sai says, Corey Graves has Tom streaming his earpiece. Hi Corey. Hi Corey, how you doing? Sai says hi. Trish Stratus has been dragged back into the ring. Blue says this is by far their best match together. Also, hi Tom. Hello Blue, how are you? Well, that's gonna hurt. That's new. I never thought I'd see a moment like that. They're really finding ways to keep me interested here. I think back to the early ladder matches where they were unique and they were interesting and they had a lot of unique spots. But with each successive ladder match, it becomes harder to find a unique spot. Kofi Kingston's having that problem with Royal Rumbles. He's just finding it harder and harder to find a unique spot now. Especially when Naomi was also trying to come up with hers. Superplex from off the top of the cage. Big sell from Trish. Fantastic match so far. They are indeed finding new ways to do this. The referee looked terrified there. Tyler says, what a superplex. Blue saying the superplex was brutal. Pete saying, wow. Sai says, this is great. An actual cage match, not a match of a cage on the outside. I get what you're saying entirely, Sai. I did have some concerns because cage matches, Hell in a Cell, it tends to just be that you're in something, you're not using it. But they are finding ways to use it. Both women now communicating as to the next spots. I'm surprised we haven't seen Zoe Stark so far, but Raw might have been a good way to write her out. Again, there's a reason Becky Lynch opened the shows. James says, and I'm glad you brought this up, Nikki Cross is going for a PhD and is still going to be wrestling. Yes, she is, though I will say in going for as far as she has so far, she has missed out on a few matches. Dom says this is going to be hard to follow. Great match so far. Pete says Trish letting Becky know she's okay. And KJ saying women's match of the year. I'm still there for Rhea versus Charlotte. Why? Becky, that was dumb. You were already out of the ring. You were already out of the ring. There's Zoe Stark. Becky Lynch was already out of the ring as Trish was crawling towards the door. She could have just dropped. Instead, she came all the way back into the ring. Something's about to go very wrong for Zoe Stark. She's going to be clotheslined by a rope or something. It's a tug-of-war over the body of Trish Stratus. And that's a roll-up. Nearly the win on Becky. Zoe Stark's put herself into a position for something. There's a spot coming. Manhandle slam. There's Zoe Stark. She put herself in position for that. No DQ. And given that a cage is supposed to get you, make sure people can't enter the cage, cage matches continue to fail completely. Andy Barr says, I've got table emojis. Yes, you do. James wants to bring out Lita. Blue says, I love our cage matches built to keep others out. Never do it in the WWE. Leon says, women's match of the year for me is still Io vs Bianca at Backlash. Megan says, I'm intrigued to learn who produces with them. Be interested in that. We may well see Lita here because Trish seems to be on the way out. Manhandle slam on Zoe Stark. Becky is coming up after Trish. She's not letting her go. This match hasn't even been half an hour and it's had everything. Going for the top rope manhandle slam. Gets it. Into the cover. That should be that. 1, 2, 3. Becky Lynch beats both women solo. Blue says, that was great. We have our ratings coming in for anyone who isn't usually here for the ratings. I would love you to give us a rating out of 10 for each match as it happens. We've just had Becky Lynch versus Trish Stratus. I absolutely loved it. I don't think they could have done much more, to be honest, with the time that they had. Trish really held up her own there. A few spots that we haven't seen before. Zoe Stark does taint the victory a little bit, but I'm giving that match a 9 out of 10. What are you giving that match? Tyler is giving it an 8. Blue is giving it a 9. Dom an 8.5. Pete gives it a 9. Sai says an 8.5 out of 10. A really solid opener with some good time. Trish still has it. Becky Lynch just signed a sign on the way out. Lovely to see. Kieran says, think we may have already seen match of the night. I promise you, Seth's going to try and beat it. It's become a thing in WWE. Seth just really wants to beat his wife at wrestling. A wrestling good match. A wrestling. James says 8.887, which you are entitled to. That is a number. 456 says 9, which is a fun phrase to say. Jack gives it a 9. Andy gives it an 8.5. I'm about to sneeze. Becky Lynch has left the ring way before Trish Stratus or Zoe Stark did. Sai suggesting a Trish face turn is incoming. Zoe Stark beating her down would certainly make that happen. Would help to build Zoe Stark as a huge heel, and it would mean that Trish Stratus becomes a possible opponent for Rhea Ripley. Doopy Guy gives it a 9. Stuart gives it an 8. Megan gives the match an 8.5. Zoe Stark is checking on Trish. Trish is still on her back. I'm wondering if she might actually be a bit more winded than we expected. Blue says, I really like how into it the crowd was by the end. Blue says, Tom, you were totally going to get clipped saying Seth likes to beat his wife. Well, don't clip that. The music has stopped. Zoe Stark is bringing Trish up. Yeah, she's about to beat the living crap out of her. I was told Zoe Stark comes out of this looking $1 million. Trish wants to make sure Zoe Stark gets over. Are we going the other way? We're going the other way. As Blue rightly says, Trish is a heel in this exchange. Zoe Stark remaining remarkably calm. Leaving the ring. Oh. Okay, no, but seriously, that was good. Closing the cage door. That's smooth. Well, that's a move. There was a moment there where she grabbed hold of Trish and said, "Are you ready?" I did like that. But that was a really nice finish. Great match. Great spot. Zoe Stark looks amazing. I'm really happy with that. Zoe Stark versus Rhea Ripley, anyone? James says we were talking about how Trish is met before this changes things. Yeah, I would say so. Trish definitely delivered in that. Leon gives the match an 8. Kieran says the move is so good. Sai says I called that wrong. Not too far wrong. You just flipped it. Blue says very good match. Very good post-match angle. Awesome. And Kieran says that might be the nicest I've seen that move hit on the main roster so far. Trish Stratus knows how to flip. Danny, welcome mate, says bye Trish and thank you Trish. Which I think is fair. On her way out, definitely going out on her back. That's how it should be. Thank you very much to Sahil for subscribing on the YouTube side 4 minutes ago. I do apologise for not getting to it. I was enjoying the post-match angle. Thank you very much for subscribing. You'll get notifications every time we post a video or a short, but also our live shows, which are spoiler warning on Monday and Friday, those being our news shows, and of course our SmackDown and pay-per-view watch parties, which you're watching right now. Moxie says, man, what a match. James says Zoe versus Rhea versus Raquel. I wouldn't put Raquel in there. And Jaden gives the match a 9 as well. Sai says the opener was Exhibit A for people with points to prove. You're not wrong, Sai. A lot of wrestlers have essentially heard what you're saying on social media. They know you're not excited for Payback. You know what they're going to do about it? They're going to make you excited for Payback. Blue says for an angle that went cold, it delivered 2 strong matches in a week. It really did. Trish very much did her job. Becky Lynch very much proved that why she is the #1 woman in wrestling today. And Zoe Stark proving why she's the future. Doopy says pretty good opener as well. Kieran says, I mean, if Trish can deliver matches like that often, I'd love to see her stick around. Definitely felt like she gave it her best for the last match. I do think there's a huge potential in Trish sticking around, at least to lose to Zoe Stark. I think that might be a Raw match coming up, but I'd still be very happy to see it. We have a little bit of hype for the main event between Shinsuke and Seth happening. I'd imagine Peacock right now are having a commercial break. We are 37 minutes in, and usually that suggests that the first match has gone over. Triple H prefers a very simple half-hour structure. Suggests that our next match might be Rhea Ripley versus Raquel Rodriguez, and it's going to be a short one. We'll see what actually happens there. Moxie says Zoe looks like a badass in that and gives the match a 9. We have left some room to go up. I gave the match a 9. Plenty of 8s, plenty of 9s, plenty of fractions, decimal places in between. As an aside, as we're going into it, I'm currently on 39 likes. If any of you have not hit like, please do remember to give us 1 thumbs up. That will get us up to 40, and then we can start the push to 50. So if you haven't done it yet, please do consider hitting thumbs up and hitting that like button. This version of Nakamura is one that they've had in the back pocket for a while now. I'm glad to see him, and glad to see him showing what we always knew he could do. But it's not like this match is going to be next, so I'm not sure why we're seeing the hype package now. Because we're going to get a very similar hype package later. Kind of awkward. Kieran says 20-minute match according to Wiki. Nice. And Joey says good opener, much better than expected. Wait, what? Right, okay. They're hyping the main event. That feels very Raw and or SmackDown. John Cena is up next. We have ourselves the host for Payback. Do. One last time. Do. I'm glad you followed me there. Glad you followed me. John Cena, the host of Payback, was not there to start with because, as I've mentioned, Becky Lynch likes to open these shows. I can't blame her. John Cena wearing the same outfit he had on yesterday. Man's having a walk of shame. Or a run of shame. A slight jog of shame? A jaunt of shame. He's having a jaunt of shame. So essentially everything that just happened was not canon. John Cena getting a goat call there, and he wasn't ready for it. So what do we think John Cena's going to say? KJ says maybe they played the video package to kill time to clear up the ring and pick up the cage. Very possible. Good shout. Good shout. They do tend to have these brief breaks on Peacock, which does cause some issues. Joey says, Cena must have a lot of free time with a writer's strike. He does, he does. Do I, Dom? Is that what you think? I try my best. I try my best. I do like, Joey, that Cena auto-corrected to Crab for you. John Crab. So I'm expecting much the same promo that we actually got last night. It's John Cena. Nothing really changes. A couple of cheap pops in there already. He's hyping up what we've just seen, and so he should. I'm just refreshing my feed because I'm noticing I'm a little bit behind. And this seems the ideal time when John Cena's going to take his time. John Cena's never been a host. Sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? I don't, Joey. I'm not a seafood guy. Cannot stand seafood. Considering I live in Blackpool, not a great thing. Considering this is going to be a 3-hour show, we've got John Cena hosting and being a referee. We have the Grayson Waller effect with Cody Rhodes. I think we're going to get some short matches tonight. I'd imagine the cage match, the main event, and the tag team match is going to be the longer ones. The Miz is on his way down. Is he dressed to wrestle? He is dressed to wrestle. So LA Knight versus the Miz up next. I have LA Knight winning this. John Cena being the special guest referee only confirms it, really, let's be fair. Joey's a steak and pasta guy. Well, I'm a Mexican food guy, to be honest. I make a very good paella. Dom says, I can say one thing about John Cena. Every time he comes back is a new colour. Still must be good on merchandise sales. Historically, John Cena is always wearing the WrestleMania colours. So he's worth keeping an eye on. Very much worth keeping an eye on. John Cena selling how stunned he is that the Miz has turned up for a match that John Cena is going to be the referee for. This is going to be a 5-minute match, isn't it? Is it going to be a promo off? I'll take a promo off. I've waited a long time to have these two in the ring again with microphones. Mixed response from fans. Might have been, Dom. Might have been. What can I say? John Cena always seems to know the Mania colours. I've just seen the sign behind John Cena that says, Miz eats corn the long way. And I'm just going to say, don't kink shame, to each their own. Joey says, I hate short matches on pay-per-views, hope it won't be the case. Well, by the time John Cena and Miz have finished their promo, we're likely an hour in. And then we have 5 matches in 2 hours. Very different. KJ says, nuclear pop incoming. Hey, John Cena was fantastic in Barbie. I haven't seen it, but I have no doubt it's John Cena. What? Why don't you like The Miz? You should like The Miz. Man's amazing. Main evented WrestleMania with you. This feels like one of those really awkwardly staged comedy bits. Kind of awkward. The Miz is giving genuine advice now. Is John Cena about to get into the match between LA Knight and The Miz? KJ says happy that Miz is in the spot he's in. This LA Knight feud is reminding people how good he is on the mic. Hang on. John Cena's here for 8 weeks, right? 8 weeks. Is John Cena's United States Open Challenge about to come back? Tyler says he does have gear on. He does. Seriously, this is suggesting to me that we may be about to see a return of John Cena's United States Championship Open Challenge. Now, I know that that wasn't always the most popular, but also it kind of was. Yes, he's been announced from now until the end of October. Though on Friday, he will be a superstar spectacle in a tag match with Seth Rollins. But if he's got 8 weeks, he could do 8 weeks of matches and then lose the United States Championship back to someone else. Oh, look, a referee shirt. Was this refereeing thing supposed to be a surprise? Dom says it's a great catchphrase Miz has. I forgot about the hand up one. He's not had much opportunity to use it recently. A shame. And here they are getting LA Knight over. And also Daniel Bryan. LA Knight's music missed his cue. Cena's going to be furious with that. You have no idea how annoyed he gets when someone misses a cue. The match is here. The match is now. You can't see it. The match is now. He's just saying yeah to himself. Okay, second match up. And I don't think anyone will be particularly surprised when I say that I have LA Knight picking up the win here. The Miz is good. We all know The Miz is good. The Miz is not LA Knight. Also, I'm going to be really obvious here, and also a little surprising. That's one of the weaker pops that LA Knight has actually had. Like, I don't blame him per se. I don't think it's his fault. It's a very God, what's the word? It's a very organic pop, and he's earned it. But that wasn't the same level of love that he was having. Joey said this is going to be a squash match, I think. I'm suspecting the same. With John Cena there, The Miz is not going to get the rub of the green. But with John Cena there, he's just got a lot more eyes on LA Knight. John Cena, as I've mentioned, did provide a list of people that he wants to work with during his time, and LA Knight's name was on it. I previously reported this, and here we are at the moment already here. An LA Knight chant from the crowd now. It was, as Dom says, a little dry in that first entrance, but they've made up for it now. I think they were just waiting for the moment to be more about them. The Miz is unhappy about something. As I've said, John Cena is back in the WWE essentially to keep his fitness up. One of many reasons. He's also here because he loves wrestling. So having him wrestle a superstar spectacle in a tag match is a way of protecting him. How could you say that? The Miz does not have tiny balls. Maurice has confirmed that they're massive. Joey says LA Knight doesn't need Cena for a pop. He can get it on his own. If anything, Cena actually hurt his pop. And KJ says the pop was organic because Cena kind of presented him before he came out, if you know what I mean. I do. People are expecting it. It wasn't really that moment of surprise. The Miz is in the ring. He's about to run out. Yep, run out of the ring. This match is going to be annoying. It's going to be about building the heel heat. Just building it, building it, building it, building it, building it. Match is over. They did, KJ. Very true. So after a 9 out of 10 match, I think this one's going to grate on me. Just get in the ring, Miz. Just get in the ring. It's not hard. Just get in the ring. Corey Graves isn't wrong. John Cena will not call this one down the middle. The Miz leaving. Again, very bland, very repetitive, very standard The Miz at the moment, unfortunately. John Cena counting him out, so he should. Sean says, was that a face turn for Zoe, and do you think the reported break for Becky happens now? Not sure on that one because we still have Tiffany Stratton involved. Becky Lynch, I think, won't be in any particular big matches for a little while, but Shayna Baszler is waiting until she's available. As regards Zoe, I think it was a soft face turn. I think they need a feud between her and Trish now, ideally, to make it official. But I would like to see, after that, Zoe Stark versus Rhea Ripley. I think they have the good combination of physicality. Joey not really enjoying the match, apparently. I think this one is... You do get these where one is definitely more for the crowd in attendance. And I don't begrudge them that. Having been in attendance at wrestling shows, it's nice sometimes when it's not all about the cameras. Gomar said they've been looking forward to this match and now I'm just expecting it to be underwhelming. So far, so good. The crowd is hot. LA Knight's going for a superplex here. The Miz being the Miz means he probably won't be allowing any particularly big spots to happen to him, but LA Knight certainly will. Lovely move by the Miz there. John Cena so far a non-entity. Much like, do you remember last year, Jeff Jarrett being a special guest referee? And we expected him to do this and we expected him to do that, and he just was a referee and then left. Jack says, Cena's funny, he wears knee pads if he has a match or not. Pete says, have they even rung the bell to start the match? Yes, they have. Ooh, Sai with some interesting news here. Says, interesting to hear both Wade Keller and Dave Meltzer suggest they might be managing the reaction to LA Knight. Wade suggests Miz's near-the-knuckle promos are quite deliberate and for the locker room. Might well be. They have decided to push LA Knight because of fan reaction, but they can't exactly promise that to everyone. Sometimes they have to sort of pull back. Or you might suggest sometimes they might have to pull out. So I don't want them to pull out of LA Knight, but I get why sometimes Triple H feels the need to pull out. Yeah. Couple of reversals, couple of teased finishes already. And the Miz has run away. Decent high tempo segment there. In the brief time that the Miz was in the ring. If that's the plan, I'm quite happy with it. The Miz does some running. They have a bit of a wrestle. Miz has a good moment. LA Knight has a better moment. The Miz runs away again. Not a bad way of doing things. And as I say, John Cena is a non-entity thus far, which is where I'm happy for him to be. But he does need to shout louder when he's doing a count out. Because I guarantee you LA Knight can't hear him. Rolls into the ring and just shouts yeah in John Cena's face. It's almost like you don't know the way it's almost like you don't know what side your bread's buttered on. I just had a moment where I thought, okay, now's the time for a commercial break. Forgot we were actually watching a premium live event. KJ says, Triple H pull out. Good wording, Tom. I know how to word. No idea we were talking about Danny McLeod, and you know that. John Cena again trying to get them back in the ring. Is the Miz going to shout no in his face? No, he's just going to celebrate. I don't understand why wrestlers aren't more happy to win by countout. Not as embarrassing as many seem to think it is. Got a little bit of action on the outside for the Miz. The Miz usually one who sticks straight in his lane and always makes sure to put it on the inside. He does his best work internally, you know? I love the woman in the crowd who she's just eating snacks right when the cameras arrive. LA Knight very nearly slipped there but managed to save it. A pop from the crowd. The match is certainly starting to deliver here. Tempo's still high. John Cena, as I say, non-entity. So I says, so many of the crowd on their phones, don't they realise this is one of 6 main events? I'm glad we've not had that for Payback. After all, didn't SummerSlam have 4? Corey Graves trying to complain that John Cena isn't doing his job right. He's doing his job perfectly. He's not involved. Cena stops The Miz from choking LA Knight. The Miz is angry. No one ever disqualifies that. KJ says 2023, bro. People are on their phones 24/7. They're all recording. Yeah, because if there's one thing you can say for certain, it's that you're never going to be able to find Payback anywhere. If you don't record it on your phone, you will never be able to see it again. It is true though, it's a real problem. The amount of people in the crowd who just record on their phones, they're not actually there. They're not invested, they're not particularly interested. All they care about is getting their clips, most of which they'll never look at again. LA Knight and John Cena having some issues there. I have spoken about John Cena versus LA Knight at some point. LA Knight would come out the winner of that one. The Miz naturally takes his opportunity. Gomar says submission pins are my favourite. Always a good choice. Always good to get two things in at once. When in doubt, double up. It's becoming very much about John Cena now. Can't say I'm loving it. I get why they're doing it, I just don't like it. Nicely done by The Miz. I'm pretty happy with the match so far. Jack says Bryan Danielson is back on Collision to cover Punk's firing. KJ says Cena got slight boos when taking LA Knight off The Miz, and he's supposed to be. It is all about LA Knight. Everyone in this ring right now is on one mission: to get LA Knight over. That's the plan, and so far, so good. So I says people have forgotten how to live in the moment. The famous shot of Harry Kane going into the crowd after an England game. Everyone turned their backs to him and took selfies. Yep, no one lives in the moment nowadays. Joey says I hope they aren't going to use Cena for cheap pops and comedic stuff. That's kind of Cena's whole bag though, isn't it? If you go into his bag of tricks, you'll find cheap pops and cheap laughs. Michael Cole just mentioning mood rings. That's not something I expected to hear today. Joey says I want to see Cena feud with the younger talent. He will. As I say, he presented a list when he returned of people that he wanted to work with. LA Knight's name was one of them. I know he's not necessarily a younger talent, but there are a couple of others as well. Grayson Waller has been mentioned as well as a number of others. I'd be interested to see Karrion Kross versus John Cena. That would certainly be doing Karrion Kross a favour. I would like to see the tempo increase again. But The Miz is the one slowing it down. He's now in the ascendancy. Doing some kicks from Daniel Bryan's repertoire. But to the back as well. Interesting. John Cena just standing to the side. Once again, he's fading into the background, as he should. But I can't imagine that's going to last. Also, I'm pretty sure he has the same shoes I have. I'll need a closer look. Can we see if John Cena's shoes are Skechers? Because I got Skechers now. Because I'm a nerd. So far, just a lot of kicks. LA Knight rebuilding. Nice slam there. A lot of height for The Miz. I've just seen the sign in the crowd that says massive balls. Truly massive. Like, intense. The sort of balls you look at and think, wow, quite sizable. You all know the ones. You've all looked at balls before. Okay, we're at the point of LA Knight's comeback. The match has been good so far, but not fantastic, and I think it might actually be starting to overstay its welcome. P says, wonder if LA can do a kip-up. Well, if he's going to do a comeback, you have to do a kip-up now. It's the rules. A bulldog? Seen 2 of them today. Weird. Usually you see none. LA Knight's very much a traditional wrestler, isn't he? It annoys me a little bit when you hear the commentary say Cena's in a great position. Like, you don't see that when the referee is not John Cena, do you? Michael Cole's good, but every now and then he just kind of forget where he is. Found the chanting, yeah, with every kick. This match is definitely for the crowd in attendance. A knee as well. There's still time for John Cena to accidentally piss off LA Knight. I do think Cena LA Knight's on the agenda at some point. Almost saw a low blow. Kieran says the match is going way too long. I do agree with that. Having a shorter match is actually going to be working in their favour for this. Cena actually doing a better job than most there, making sure he's in position. A roll through DDT. That was nice. Nice little addition to the repertoire for The Miz. LA Knight's eyes were open, but he was not looking at the referee. That's an improvement on what we see most of the time. You could tell The Miz was proud of that roll through. And every right to be. Every right to be. The Miz still hyping himself up. Still feeling the energy, feeling the love. Khalid says, hey Tom, mate, great to see you again. Welcome back, Khalid. Hopefully you enjoyed Payback so far. I'd say it's been good. Roll through on The Miz. Not quite wrapped up yet. Sai says the match can finish now. Leon says, boring match for me, but Cena is keeping me interested. I would imagine we're getting near the end. We're just not quite there yet, unfortunately. Lovely draping DDT with a rotation. Joey says at least the match wasn't a squash match. Wasn't a squash in any way, shape or form. Unfortunately, it's kind of going the other way now. I don't think these two have what's required to go for a longer match. And that's okay. You don't always have to, you know? Pete says I'm a bit bored. Well, this is the beauty of having a watch party. Joey agrees it was a nice move by LA Knight. The Miz now pushing back. Seen a few too many comebacks so far. Miz going for the ropes. John Cena says no. If we do the finish now, then the Miz can blame John Cena. The Miz, of course, has no actual focus on LA Knight here. This could end up being a clean win that also really doesn't do any favours for LA Knight. Tease of a hit. And LA Knight takes the skull-crushing finale. Too distracted by John Cena. Kick out by LA Knight. They're definitely teasing a John Cena LA Knight match in this one, which I'm excited for. Makes plenty of sense to me. That's a good use of Cena, though. A good use of helping someone develop, helping someone who's already got a bit of crowd support behind them, and honestly, good use as a referee. He's been more of a focus than I'd like, but if there's a long-term feud to come out of it, then I get it. The Miz, however, I don't know, maybe they do go triple threat. Maybe the referee joins in. Maybe, as I say, he does win the United States Championship and LA Knight gets in a couple of months. Now, to be clear, the last person to do the move that The Miz is about to do was CM Punk. Nice move from LA Knight going for the finish here. This feels like we're starting the rap. Crowd are into it. Big elbow drop. And now goes for the finish. Gets it. The Miz ain't kicking out of this. It's a 1, it's a 2, and it's a 3. LA Knight picks up the win. I'm 2 for 2 so far in my predictions, but there were definite suggestions there of a John Cena LA Knight feud. I think John Cena fell over. Just want to point that out. He's gone to check on The Miz. So when it comes to rating that match, it was okay. It did lose a bit of steam late on. I think the right person won. John Cena was briefly obnoxious in his involvement, but nothing that really stands out. I'm going to give the match a 6 and say that they did pretty well with what they had and didn't really overstay their welcome by much. How would you rate the match out of 10? Dom has given it a 6. Sai gave it a 4 out of 10, said boring but mostly botch free. Tyler gives it a 6. Pete gives it a 5. Bailey gives it a 5 and says the match went too long for the outcome, which I don't disagree with. We all knew what was coming. Just give it to us. In the immortal words of Batista, just give me what I want. LA Knight and John Cena up on the stage together. John Cena drops his referee shirt. And we're having a good old-fashioned square up. I like what's happening here. I like that they're both talking to each other. Very typical of John Cena. Turn up, attach yourself to the hottest commodity, make sure to raise their hand. That's what he does. Martinello makes the same, mate, and all. Been out, so I'm late. Hope all is well in the chat. All's well, thanks, mate. Thank you for joining us. You've missed a bit of Payback. I would definitely recommend checking out that cage match. Jack gives the match a 5. Jaden gives it a 4. To be clear, mate, this is not the cage match that we're rating. The cage match got mostly 8s and 9s. No real surprises from the LA Knight The Miz match, but we have gone slightly over on the first hour. Again, suggested I think Rhea Ripley and Raquel Rodriguez will be the one to lose out. But we're 2 matches down, 4 matches to go, and a Grayson Waller and Cody Rhodes segment. No Judgment Day as of yet. And next up is Rey Mysterio versus Austin Theory, which means we're going to finish the night with Judgment Day, and then the World Heavyweight Champion. This is certainly getting intriguing. Man says, watching now, so we'll catch up after it ends on the cage match. Good call. Now for the United States Championship match, I personally have Austin Theory reclaiming the championship. That said, The Miz did say to John Cena, you've got to get more involved. Chuck him in the match, give him the belt, I'll take it. I'd be very happy with that, because then LA Knight can take it from him. Sean says, surprised Miz isn't an unlimited day contract. Knowing he's a family man, I figured he'd want to be home more. Yes and no. He's not a 100% of the time guy anyway, because he has his reality TV efforts. So he's actually not a full-time contract anyway. FDR, welcome mate, says, even the main event could have the Judgment Day involved. Yes, it could, which would mean a very high probability of ending the show on Judgment Day, Judgment Day, Judgment Day. The year of the Judgment Day is indeed Payback. Mine says, any surprise losses, wins, etc. so far? How are you in the predictions? Spot on so far. Nothing particularly surprising, although there was a post-match segment for the cage match that I quite enjoyed. And there is definitely a tease of LA Knight versus John Cena going on, which I'd quite like. No need to be sorry, mate. FDR has been lurking. We love a lurker here. You can lurk as much as you want. Every lurker basically guarantees the growth of my channel, so I'm absolutely not going to complain. We have 29 people watching at the moment, 42 likes already in play, and plenty of subscribers gained. Not just from the advertising, the actual advertising growth stopped a while back, but we've continued to increase our subscriber number, even though the views on the videos that are being advertised are not coming in. We're currently at 2,828 subscribers in the last 2 days. We've gained almost 100 each day. Now, I will be seeing over the next few days how that increases the overall view count. Tomorrow, I will put out a video talking about the situation with CM Punk. and giving details on where we are with that, what these no compete clause will be looking like, and what they meant by I've forgotten the phrase with cause. What they meant by with cause. Mine's asking for any update. No update as of yet. It was indeed legit, mine. I still don't entirely trust it. I think over the next few days they will start to drop off because it's a lot less tomorrow, but I'm okay with that. Today, but I'm okay with that. No, Joey, I've not watched that because I'm actively live as we speak. I don't know if you've noticed that. Live right now. Hi. Austin Theory is making his entrance. I do find it slightly intriguing that he's literally just been passed by John Cena. Moxie gives the match a 7 as regards LA Knight versus The Miz. And I imagine most of that just pure hype because LA Knight picked up the win. If you factor in our pre-show, we are now halfway through Payback. We have our United States Championship match. Austin Theory challenging Rey Mysterio. So it's former champion against current champion. Rey Mysterio's championship win was confusing, to say the least. Not something I was expecting to see. But I don't hate it. It gives a little more oomph to the LWO. That said, the LWO I don't necessarily see sticking around too much longer. I could do Joey, but I'm very focused at the moment. I'll watch it after. I am interested, certainly. But I'll watch it after Payback, you know, when it's 4 a.m. There's one thing I do is stay up way too late. Okay, so Austin Theory is once again a cinnamon bun. The match brought to you by Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Never get rid of it, do you? Dom says the signs are interesting tonight. Yeah, we've got some creative people in Pittsburgh. Got some creative people. Oh, Martin, yes. So Tony Khan went live before Collision to explain to the crowd there what happened with CM Punk. They put the video up on the AEW Twitter account. From what Megan was saying, not the most popular. Pittsburgh. Right, I can read it now. The Pittsburgh World Order. They are in fact the PWO, or the PWO. James, quite rightly confused, but it's the Pittsburgh World Order. Joey says WWE doing a lot more sponsorship matches at the PLEs. Yes, they are. The intention there, essentially, as you know, is to increase their revenue streams so they don't have to worry about having to release anyone. They don't want to be releasing people. They want more sponsorships in matches. They want to use the advertising boards for more, which we've seen over the last few shows. And also they want to go to more countries where the countries pay them a lot of money to go there. It's one of the many options that they've been using that have increased their revenue streams and meant that they've not had to release anyone. We will also be seeing much the same in the UFC going forwards. Rey Mysterio looking good here. Austin Theory does have the athleticism to keep up with Rey Mysterio, but I definitely don't think he's going to get to the point where he can exceed Rey Mysterio, even given Rey Mysterio's age. I don't think he can quite match. Keep up, certainly. Mine says, I know you're busy, etc., but do you expect Punk to retire now from wrestling, as other than TNA has no options when it comes to thinking money he'd want? I think he's going to go away for a long time. I think he'll try again in 3 or 4 years, but I can't sit here and say it's likely. And don't worry, Martin, there's been lots of questions about CM Punk. I knew it was coming, and I'm more than happy to answer questions. You know how it goes. Chat rate, innit? Joey thinks CWO is a better name. Kieran says just weird advertising. I can't imagine the company for the cereal sitting around a table thinking they sponsor an Austin Theory match. No, but I can imagine them thinking they'll sponsor a Rey Mysterio match. I think I'm going to sneeze. I'm going to sneeze. I'm good. Kevin says, by tomorrow, nobody's going to remember Payback, only the CM Punk news. Disagree. That cage match was fantastic. And, let's not forget, it's not over yet. There's still plenty of time for stuff to do. Well, good luck with that one, Joey. Good luck with that one. We've definitely had a range of opinions on CM Punk in the chat today. Quite a range. Rey Mysterio immediately getting a good few punches in. Tempo's high once again. We've definitely seen an increase in the tempo of matches when it comes to PLEs recently. Bailey says Pittsburgh is the US version of Sheffield, an old steel town trying to build back. I mean, Steel City, innit? Eric is here. Says, good evening, Tom. How you doing? Doing very well, thank you, Eric. Thank you very much for joining us. Payback has been solid so far. The cage match, very good. LA Knight versus The Miz, good. Especially with John Cena's involvement. Martin says, is it me, but I'm expecting someone, an outlet, to say it's a work to combat Payback. I know it's legit, but I expect the conspiracy theories. You're going to get them. I've seen a lot of people say, oh, CM Punk's going to turn up here, CM Punk's going to turn up here, CM Punk to WWE. CM Punk is not going to WWE. Leon says, Cinnamon Toast Crunch everywhere, literally the entire main screen. Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Lovely suplex there from Austin Theory. Taking advantage of the fact that Rey Mysterio weighs about nothing. Little use of Eddie Guerrero there for Cheap Heat from Austin Theory. Certainly works. The man does have personality. It's a shame that his matches so far have not really connected. James says, if there's a video of the Punk fight, I can't find it. Yeah, AEW have it. Tony Khan has it. It's not publicly available. Man says, I've more mates at my old YouTube buddy than Punk has a WWE, and that's saying something. We all have the accounts that aren't doing too well. Okay, we have ourselves a rest hold while they work out their next spots. They've gone to a wide angle so we can see Cinnamon Toast Crunch again. It does feel like a Raw, you're right. Thankfully the match quality's been good, otherwise, yeah, I'd ask questions. Theory's still trying to communicate here. Jack says, Tony overdoing it. Told the fans he felt his security and his safety and his life was in danger because of CM Punk's actions. If that's what he felt, then that's what he felt. His life might not have been in danger, but if he felt like it was, and then he says, I feel like it is, that's 100% accurate. Phrasing matters. As a journalist, I'm very aware of that. Fallen foul of it on a number of occasions. For a Rey Mysterio match, this is a bit slow. Man says, by the way, someone get this, but Tom, thank you on last night. I laughed so much and felt so proved correct. Yeah. There's a lot of benefit that you can get from advertising like that, but yeah, definitely money went into it. Pete says, monitors can really hurt, you know, they ain't light things. I mean, if he gets hurt, he gets hurt. Is there a possibility that he did? I'm expecting if CM Punk decides to scorch earth, which he probably will, historically he does that, Tony Khan's going to be the main target. Eric says, second time Cinnamon Toast Crunch hosted a Rey Mysterio match. The first was at Mania 39 against Dominic Mysterio. The man's colourful. The man's very colourful. Mine says, ask Angle on the monitors. Kurt Angle knows his stuff when it comes to things falling on him and things falling through him. Yes, Kieran, the monitors were falling on Tony Khan. It was a proper scrap. A proper scrap. Austin Theory going for the mask. It feels like he's just going for the very standard heel playbook. He's very classic, very traditional, and just not very inventive, not very new, not very modern. Lovely moonsault. Nice catch. And we're slowing down again. Very crisp moonsault. Very smooth transition. Austin Theory, good catch and right spot. It's just one of those. He's very clinical. He's a very talented wrestler. He's very smooth. But because of that, he's got no edge. I can't see him going too far because of it. Man says, not a good day for Mr. Khan, also mentioning the Fulham score, which I believe another team was involved in that match. But you know, it's all about Fulham. Rey Mysterio is going to go for the slide splash. It's a lovely phrase to say. And into a DDT, which apparently even he's surprised by. I like it. Are they going to go for the splash again? Austin Theory a little further away now. I do like to combine words. So like if it's a slide and a splash, did he go for a slash? That means different thing depending where you are. Dom says that was nice. Agreed. Rey Mysterio now basically hitting his own greatest hits. His own collection of signature moves. Kieran says Liverpool versus Villa is going to be fun tomorrow. Villa are doing great so far. Villa are having a good start. I think the loss of Van Dijk is going to be very telling. No real particular leadership at the back, but worked out pretty well against Newcastle. That said, Newcastle not great this year. Lovely springboard into a head scissors there. Rey showing off. Feels like we're heading towards a finish now. Theory dodges a 619. Mysterio briefly lost where he was in the ring. It was a good sell. Went for a coffin drop. Gets hit with a spin out powerbomb. Good cover from Austin Theory. Not often you get them. Kieran, Liverpool not in that competition. Martin says Rey still has it. Real pro. Oh, you meant Newcastle. Fair enough. Real pro. Yeah, Rey never stopped training. He's working very hard with Dominic at the moment to just try and make sure they're both at a good level. It's good work. Theory wanting to go in for the kill. I don't think he'll get his wish here. Took too long about it. Rey Mysterio and Zaguri. He's in control here. Theory's dropkick is magnificent. It's a shame that Rey didn't sell it, but it's a great dropkick. I feel like there's a pause now waiting for the crowd to cheer and they're just not doing it. The actual wrestling is solid, but the crowd just aren't particularly invested in Austin Theory. I do not, James. Does anyone else watch American Horror Story? And how does it relate to Rey Mysterio? There is a restlessness among the crowd. Well, halfway through the show, it is starting to feel like they're on a bit of a pee break. Wind down. The LWO did walk Rey Mysterio down to the ring, but they've not stayed. So, no sign of Santos Escobar as of yet. Martin says, with Mysterio's US title reign, a thank you for great work with Dom, do you think? I don't think that, primarily because of how out of nowhere it was. Nobody had anything. Nobody had anything on Rey Mysterio winning the United States Championship. Santos Escobar was in position to have the wrestling match and then we moved to LA Knight. Instead, we have Rey Mysterio as the United States Champion. 619, Rey going for the finish. The knees. Lovely rotation from Theory. A-Town down. Onto the shoulders. He's got him. He's not got him. Rey reverses it into a roll-up. That should be it. And it is. Rey Mysterio retains the United States Championship. Austin Theory had a really good moment there near the end. Just refusing to be beaten. Unfortunately, the moment did not happen. And the LWO continued to hold the United States Championship. No breakup, no issues just yet. Plenty of weeks to come ahead. P says Darby Allin saying his back hurts after the coffin drop, but he can still touch his toes, so he'll be at All Out. Of course he will. I can't touch my toes. I need to work on that, work on my flexibility. I'm not fit. I need to bring back the whole squat thing. That was great. Leon gives the match a 6, says it was just a TV match for me. Pete gives it a 7. Personally, I'm also giving it a 6. I think it was average. Austin Theory had a couple of good moments. The wrestling quality was good, but the crowd just weren't invested in it. James says, I'm very confused with what's going on with this storyline. Maybe Austin Theory goes up the card. Maybe he's about to be traded for Cody Rhodes. Don gives it a 6.5, says nice match. Sai says 6 for an average match. Martin says 6.5, didn't feel like a pay-per-view title match. Won't lie. Kathy Kelly's backstage, interviewing Becky Lynch. Dylan, welcome mate, how you doing? Got you mate, got you, now that you're streaming. Good to see you, hope you're having a good time. Thank you very much for renewing your subscription. Says TK is based. Holy shit. 23 months as well. Love it. Thanks, man. Tiffany Stratton stepping up to Becky Lynch backstage. And we are back on track for our half-hour segments. Definitely a suggestion that Becky Lynch is about to win an NXT Women's Championship. Jane gives the match a 6.8. James says could have Gable and Gunter instead. It's feeling like a Raw or a SmackDown. Joey did not like the roll-up finish. Bayley gives the match a 6. Jack gives it a 6. Jane gives it a 3 out of 10. 3 out of 10. Bayley says if in the brevity of the match got Payback back on schedule. It did indeed. We are back within our usual half-hour rotations. Next up, Judgment Day. It is the Pittsburgh Steel City Street Fight. This should be a lot of fun because of the tornado tag element. It is Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens defending both sets of tag team championships against Damian Priest and Finn Balor. The entire Judgment Day can get involved here. Dominic Mysterio is there, so I'm interested to see how this goes. Mana says no, Rhodes can't leave Raw. Joey says should have given this match to Gunter. Really on a mission with that one, Joey. Dom says fun fact, Tom, I've known you and the awesome people for a year now and 2 weeks. Great group of people I have met. Good to hear, mate. I'm glad you're having fun, Dom. That's the most important thing. If people are having fun here, then it's worth doing. People aren't having fun, maybe move on in my life. Joey says the pay-per-view feels mid so far besides the opening match. Well, the last 2 matches have been okay, and I do agree it feels a bit like a Raw, but the opening match definitely kicked things into gear, and I think this one as well will surprise you. Martin says I'm expecting Bobby and crew here as well after last night at some point. We'll see how that plays out. I'm certainly interested in what they can do with that. James says, don't you feel like KO is underlooked in this whole story? It seems to be all about Sami. That's intentional. Kevin Owens has decided to take as little of the spotlight as possible because he wants to make sure that Sami Zayn gets as much attention as possible. Basically, he really backs his friend who's not had the same opportunities that he's had in the WWE. He wants to try and get Sami Zayn up to World Championships. Most of what we're seeing is not necessarily about Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens. It's mostly about the Judgment Day and, of course, JD McDonough. Rhea Ripley doesn't seem too keen on it. Damian Priest doesn't seem too keen on it. It's all Finn Balor and JD McDonough. Now, Finn Balor and JD McDonough, they could have the Raw Tag Team Championships, while the Street Profits get the SmackDown ones. Dom says, didn't Stone Cold have that injury that Sami has on his elbow before? It looks familiar. I'm not sure, but I know that John Cena did. John Cena did, so that might be what you're thinking of. I think it was SummerSlam 2012. Big pop for Kevin Owens. It's also why Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn get separate entrances and Sami Zayn comes out second. Kevin Owens just wants to make sure Sami Zayn gets as much attention and as much of a push as he possibly can. Very good best friend him. Let's see how the pop goes. Pretty good. Certainly Sami's not getting the level of attention he did back in the Bloodline days. The Let's Go is okay. I do feel like they need to actually get properly into this tag division now, though. Because so far, they worked with the Usos. They worked it pretty deadly. Now we're here. It's been 5 months since they've been champions. There's been nothing really memorable. Hopefully tonight's the night. Also, I like Sami's new hair. There's just so much of it. WWE advertising football. Good old-fashioned American football. Not the real stuff. Not the real stuff. I think the use of double tag team championships is grating on me more and more over time. I just don't see any benefit from it. But there are no other tag teams. And if there's no tag teams, what's the point? Sami Zayn hyping up the crowd, getting them sing along to his song. Getting a little bit more love. But as we know, it is the year of Judgment Day. What I'd like to see at this point is all of Judgment Day coming down and just starting to wail on him. I wouldn't even have it be a proper 2-on-2 at any point. Dominic should be involved, Rhea should be involved, JD McDonough should pick his moments. Not right now, though. Briefcase in hand, Damian Priest is coming down alongside Finn Balor. We could end the night with Finn Balor being the only one with no championship, or we could end the night with Judgment Day holding in total 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 championships. 4 tag team championships. A North American championship. A Women's World Championship. And a World Heavyweight Championship. Gomar says, I feel like since it's a smaller crowd than usual, it seems dry, but I see everyone cheering. I think unfortunately quite a lot of people were a little bit perturbed by the last 2 matches. Little energy has dropped. Not the real stuff. A little bit of energy has dropped. Hopefully this is what gets them back on track. Depends how hardcore they go. Let's not remember they had the Terry Funk tribute match and all they did was 1 table spot. James, some people are still wearing Bray armbands, but it's up to them. They're not going to wear them for the entirety of their careers. People are going to move on. That unfortunately is what we all have to do. And people are allowed to grieve in whatever way they so choose. The WWE has not banned anyone from wearing armbands. It is entirely up to their own prerogative. Okay? We can all grieve and we can all move on at our own pace and however we so decide. I still love the Judgment Day theme, but it's not quite the same without Edge getting the special entrances of a big pyramid. Okay, tornado tag, we're off. Sai says Rhea could conceivably be involved on every match on the rest of the card. Tag match, her own, then a possible cash-in for the main event. Very true. Rhea Ripley could be a great leveler here, because it's not like anyone can actually stop her. They can't fight back, and they don't have any female allies that I'm aware of anyway. Damian Priest and Kevin Owens fighting down the aisle. The point will come shortly, I'm sure, when there's plenty of weapons to use. Dom says, an old school tornado tag team match. Haven't seen one of these in a while. To be fair, it's a street fight technically. The tornado tag element is just also there. The fans want tables, Sami has chairs. It's a good start. He hasn't even hit his own partner yet, which is an improvement over what we've seen recently. They are talking briefcase, which suggests to me that it's not going to happen tonight. Finn Balor with a kendo stick. I'm sorry you feel that way, Joey. I'm personally quite enjoying it. We have found, I think, wash rags? I don't get it. Finn Balor getting some cheap heat from Pittsburgh there. Tom says Sami should have wrapped the elbow up. Accidents do happen. I need to get a look at him and see if he's actually had it sorted already. It is technically a surgery you can work through. Damian Priest coming over to double team and level Kevin Owens. Daniel is asking for the results of Rey Mysterio versus Austin Theory. I can give you those. Rey Mysterio retained the United States Championship. Sami Zayn has gone for a fly and taken everybody out. No regard for his own partner. How dare he? Tom says the lump is still there. Yes, it is. You're right. He probably should have wrapped it like Cena did way back when. Guessing after this is when he'll get it sorted. He shouldn't be out for too long, maybe a couple of months. But it's another reason, personally, I think we might well get Judgment Day winning the championships here. You're welcome, Daniel. We are getting nicely hardcore. Plenty of weapons used so far. Couple of good spots. They're breaking some things on top of heads, which is always a good spot. Always happy to see it. Kevin Owens ripping off a shirt. Wearing a Terry Funk t-shirt. I didn't get a good look at it, but they properly told me what it is now. We're doing kendo sticks and big bins. I like it. This is very Terry Funk. I feel like the WWE have heard us pointing out that the actual tribute match for Terry Funk was not very hardcore. That's much better. Pete's happy to see the Terry Funk tribute as well. Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens stopping to mug for the crowd and to find themselves some more weaponry. They definitely get strong reactions. Is it table time? It is table time. Kevin Owens pointing to his ear to say, we heard you and we will give you what we want. What you want. We'll give you what you want. Crowd are there and the Batista's out. Give me what I want. Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn, who are giving it to him. They're giving it to him, baby. P dropping tables for table time. Damian Priest getting binned. No, he's not. Damian Priest getting out of it. Throwing some haymakers. Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens, of course, have set up a table. And traditionally, that does mean that they're going to be the ones taking it. They do need to be more careful throwing stuff. Especially after what happened to Xavier Woods. Definitely a spot coming here. Damian Priest keeping an eye out for something. Is Finn Balor about to go for a fly? No, he's not. James says, was that a receipt from Priest to Sami? That looked gnarly. No intention. Sometimes things happen. Wasn't a receipt. Daniel says, I'm worried JD McDonough will spoil the title reign by intervening. I'm sure he will. I'm sure all members of Judgment Day will be involved. He's not technically a member of Judgment Day. He has a loose affiliation. Think Bret Hart and the NWO. But Finn Balor and JD McDonough are definitely thinking separate. And I think Damian Priest eventually is going to get hit by something Finn Balor's throwing. So far, pretty traditional street fight, everything I expect. Nice bit of hardcore. Double team followed by a double team on someone else. The occasional counter to recover. Lots of stuff broken. Street fights should be infamous because of breaking things. Also some cloths. I don't get the deal there. Pete doesn't want forks or chopsticks. But as long as no one's putting a screwdriver through someone's ear, I'm happy. If they are, we got a problem. I don't want to see that. There are more chairs. There are a lot more chairs. Sami Zayn now on a table getting mounted by Finn Balor. I personally have never been mounted by Finn Balor, but I don't think I'd hate it. Kevin Owens rallying against Damian Priest. No sign of Finn Balor just yet. I'd expect him to get more involved there. Been a fun watch so far, I'll tell you that. Finn Balor crawling into the ring, waiting for his opportunity, and takes it. Looking like a rotation now. Another chair in use. And now it's the faces who are standing tall. Lot of chair stuff. The cameraman tried to focus on the Terry Funk t-shirt there, but Kevin Owens did turn his back to try and recover. Judgment Day in the crowd. What, you think no one's going to follow you out there? They've immediately followed out there. Again, all of the crowd are just recording them. It's going to go up on everybody's YouTube channel. It's going to be awkward. There's Dominic Mysterio. Explains why they went into the crowd. Because they'll be backup. No Rhea Ripley as of yet. She does have a match next, of course. So we may not see her. But Dominic could certainly be a big time leveler. Dominic trying to get a hug off Damian Priest, and Priest not giving it to him. We've taken the camera off Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn. I'd imagine they're quite high up. There's about to be a dive, isn't there? What are the crowd chanting? Okay, firstly, Kevin Owens is bleeding quite a lot. Secondly, there's hockey sticks. This is definitely a Pittsburgh thing. I don't know what they're doing, but they're doing something. I don't know if Kevin Owens is bladed, because it looks like a good spot for a cut, but what else would have hit him? I don't know. Who knows? Dom says, how did Kevin get busted open? I don't know. Genuinely not a clue. Dominic Mysterio has got himself a hockey stick. And he's got the backs turned here. An opportunity could be created. Leon says KO over Crimson Mask. Pete saying, this is fun. I agree. Good match so far. Solid. You don't often see blood either. A lot of hockey sticks. A lot of references to hockey. Which is confusing me because I don't know hockey. But still enjoying it. Because I might not know hockey, but I know that I like watching people get hit with hockey sticks. You know? I'm sure you'll get me. If there's one thing I like, it's fun. We are back in the ring, still plenty of weapons in play. Dominic Mysterio has been chased away, but for how long? Sean says Becky loses to Tiffany. No idea. Blue says, do you think they let them blade for Funk? Not necessarily. This isn't a Funk tribute match. I think there's a bit of a correction happening. Damian Priest about to get hit by Finn Balor. I don't know how they're going to do this. Oh no. Just a survivor. Bailey says, will Rhea get involved? Probably. Nice blue Thunderbomb there. First attempted pinfall. The ref got the gloves on. Knew what was happening. Dom says, I'm lost with the blood. Convict Dom must punch really hard to get that blood. Apparently he did something. Sai says they're not letting KO in the ring. They're trying to clean the blood off his face first, which suggests to me it's not a blade job and it's real. But they do not want to let him in the ring because of protocols. So he's been mopped up. And I don't actually see any cut. Apparently he's fine. Damian Priest arrives with a hockey stick. Throwing the fin end there. James says, Dom, you know you can stop bleeding, right? Apparently, just randomly, yeah. You can bleed for all of 2 seconds. It's going to hurt. Sami Zayn through 4 chairs. We're definitely getting hardcore now. Okay, Sami just broke. Watch it on the replay because you'll see. Kevin Owens throws a chair, tries to hit Damian Priest in order to break up a pinfall. He hits Sami Zayn. Sami Zayn breaks in his reaction to it. We're heading back outside. Kevin Owens shouting, come on bitch, come on bitch, come on bitch at Finn Balor before he gets a baseball slide to the face. And we're back on an announce desk. Kevin Owens is having none of it. Might be bleeding on some people here. Certainly will after that. How street fights go? It's great so far. Finn Balor getting rid of Corey Graves. So he can knock Kevin Owens into the crowd. Priest going out to contain him. There is one person in the crowd who's just very angry at them. Cameraman has found his way there. The blood does seem to have stopped completely, which was a surprise to me. Maybe they stapled him, maybe they glued him, who knows. Kevin Owens using the camera to fall on. I respect that man so much. There is a bin nearby. I can't help but think that's going to be used. There is no longer a bin nearby. Owens isolated here. Sami Zayn back in play. James says, I love the crowd spots. There are plenty of them in this. They're going past the kickoff table. Stop throwing chairs at people. Did they actually put a carpet there? No, it's just a different patch of floor. The last time I saw a lot of wrestling around the kickoff table was AJ Styles versus Roman Reigns a long, long time ago. In a land called Kickapoo. Crowd are definitely into this. This does not feel like a Raw anymore. So I said this is well, good catch, guys. Sami Zayn definitely just said a massive thank you to Finn Balor. A massive thank you to Finn Balor. Dominic has returned. Going back to war. Sly says it's carnage and I know that it looks like backstage in an AEW show. And then says, allegedly. Pete's annoyed because they spilled his drink. Okay, I nearly saw a monitor fall there. Can't help but feel that there's a message being sent. If they go back in stage into Gorilla and Kevin Owens starts choking Dominic. It looks like we're about to see a table spot. I'm guessing it's going to be a frog splash. Dominic is laid out on a table. Owens is indeed climbing. I don't know how this is going to work. There is a barrier in place. He's leaning on fans. Kevin Owens is taking a risk here. The guy next to him has completely lost his mind. It's a senton and he missed. He got just enough, but he missed. He went ever so slightly too far. That is going to hurt. Yes, chant holy shit. Especially when you consider that is not one of his opponents in this match. Oh, he missed. In a spot like that, Dominic Mysterio needs to take the hit. You need to land on Dominic Mysterio and then bounce off so that he can kill off some of your momentum. He didn't do that. He landed on the concrete. And now he's rolling back to the ring because he needs to be there for a spot. It's just fun. Bailey says Kevin Owens is a madman. So saying, oh shit. Pete saying, oh my god. Dom says that was a hell of a bump for Owens. It does mean that it's now 2-on-1. Stop throwing things. Stop throwing things in people's faces. It is now Finn Balor and Damian Priest against Sami Zayn, at least for a little while Kevin Owens tries to make his way back to the ring. Dom says that was a hell of a bump for Owens. Sean says, too bad Sami and KO can't call El Generico. He can deal with the Dominic factor. Historically, not friends. James says, right on concrete. Only way it could really take it. It needs a miscommunication now. It needs it in order to actually have them still retain the championships. Sami Zayn's escaping. He's having himself a comeback. P says, did KO do a sting call? No, not that I'm aware of. Finn Balor goes through a table. I forgot about that table. Meaning Sami Zayn versus Damian Priest. Where's JD McDonough when you need him? He's looking for a hell of a kick. He does not get it. Kevin Owens is back. The match is about to end. No JD McDonough. But the double finisher for Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn into the cover on Damian Priest. There he is. JD McDonough saves the match. Well, we expected him to make some sort of error. He did not do that. Damian Priest was done. Owens, who must be in so much pain, goes on the attack. I think JD McDonough might be about to go for a table, or he just bounces off it. That's cool as well, I suppose. That must have really hurt. Wasn't even a pop-up powerbomb. JD McDonough didn't get high enough. He was expecting more buoyancy on the pads. Wait, who's this? Rhea? Rhea Ripley spears Kevin Owens through the barricade. She's not feeling great about it. Tell you what, she's not feeling great. If they don't win this, then this completely undermines Judgment Day. James says, okay, this match is match of the night. Pete saying, wow, this is amazing. Everyone's hurt. Everyone is down. Sami Zayn and Finn Balor in the ring now. Kevin Owens has been eliminated. Damian Priest has been hurt, but I wouldn't say eliminated. Sai says, just watch the dive spot back. His shoulders made contact with the table. That's all. The rest was all tailbone on concrete. I mean, wrestlers are tough, but oof. Gomar says, good match. I really don't know how this is going to go now. Finn Balor looking good, but surely there's another twist in the tail. Maybe a Cody. Sami Zayn escapes it. The Exploder, all it needs now is a hell of a kick. Finn Balor's the one who's taking the losses at the moment. The lack of Damian Priest is telling. Takes it. That should be that. Slight pause as he goes into the pin. Middle of the ring. There's Dominic Mysterio. How is he even alive right now? That's a pin. That's a cover. That's a free. It took all of them. It took every single one of them And it took an absolute war to get there. It took JD McDonough. Nick, of course you are here to celebrate this, and absolutely right you are. You talked me into it, I talked myself into it. Literally, as we were talking about this match, I changed my mind. We have new tag team champions. And Kevin Owens is seriously hurt. Leon says, I knew it. Tyler says, damn. James saying, oh my god, we have ratings coming in. How do you rate that match out of 10? Carnage, top to bottom, good tempo, no boring moments, and then just constant Judgment Day. I'm giving it an 8.5. The cage match still takes it for me, but I did love every second of that. They put their bodies on the line for you, and they have earned those championships. Judgment Day now hold 6 championships between them. The year of Judgment Day continues. Tyler gives the match a 9, Dom gives it a 9 and says, wow. P gives it a 10, says match of the year. Nick Barbati, who I referenced earlier, says called it. Gomar says wow. Danny says yes. James saying it took 5 people to beat 2. Damn. FDR says wow. Gomar saying nice. Danny says what a bloody match. Dom says Bobby Lashley and Street Profits battling the Judgment Day. That will be interesting. I would not think they hold these championships for very long. I think it's more so Sami Zayn can go get that surgery. FDR says what the damn hell. Sai says 9 for that. Exhibit B for talent with points to prove, even more up for the main event. Leon gives it a 9. FDR giving it a 9. Joey says wow, what a match. Bailey gives it a 9 out of 10. Megan gives the match a 9 as well. Tyler giving it a 9. Joey says solid 9. Sean says Tommy's right, it's the year of the Judgment Day. Damian Priest now has 2 tag team championships and a briefcase. Let's not forget. Doopy says that was fun and gives it a 9. James says it's like KO and Sami have no friends. No one came to help. The only real established friends that they have is Cody Rhodes. Bailey says Kevin deserves a break and may need one. I can see the cut at the top of his head now. Looks a bit gnarly, I'll tell you that. That is so many championship belts. Rhea Ripley shouldn't even go backstage. She's going to get a full entrance for her next match. She's already there. Logically then, is this the point where we have Grayson Waller and Cody Rhodes? Giving Rhea a moment. P says 10 because of the Terry Funk tribute and tables. Doopy says it really is the year of the Judgment Day. Did I not say? Q43 says finally Finn has gold. It's been a while. It really has for Finn Balor. I do like that JD McDonough was involved there, but it's only the classical 4 members of Judgment Day who are actually heading to the back and celebrating. Virginia says I was afraid that was going to happen, but was hoping that it wouldn't. But hey, didn't do it alone. It took 5 to do it. It really did. Gomar says that is a lot of gold. There may be more coming. James says this feels like when the Shield had all the gold. For me, it definitely feels like when Evolution had all the gold. It was brief, but it said everything you needed to know about where the WWE was heading. Megan says Judgment Day on the show's poster for a reason. Please let this mean we get purple belts now. I would not hate that at all. Joey says this may be a match of the year. And Blue says will we finally get tag titles back on SmackDown? Not just yet. I think the Street Profits are being built up to take them, but I don't think it's from Judgment Day that they do. Okay, the screen's gone dark for a moment. We're talking NFL Championships. I'd imagine this is another one of those peacock breaks. But it's been a very good show so far. The opening match, the cage match, the street fight, fantastic matches. LA Knight versus The Miz, serviceable. Rey Mysterio versus Austin Theory was there. It was okay. Felt a bit like a Raw match, but I do think we've had 2 out of 4 fantastic matches, well worth a rewatch. With the matches still to come, I'd imagine Rhea Ripley versus Raquel Rodriguez will fit the former rather than the latter, but Seth Rollins versus Shinsuke Nakamura with a potential of a briefcase being cashed in, well, that's got a lot to live up to. Q43 says, how long do you think this reign will last? I would give it about 2 months. I think around Survivor Series time the championships will go back to Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens so that they can then lose them to the Street Profits at WrestleMania. Blue says, now that Sami and KO have lost them, is it not possible to finally have the belts combined and create a new one like the World Heavyweight Championship? It's been possible to do that literally the entire time. They just haven't done it. We're getting ourselves a promo high package for Cody Rhodes. They've definitely picked their people with this one. Cody Rhodes will be appearing on the Grayson Waller effect. So we have an hour left for 2 matches, one of which will be the main event, and the Grayson Waller effect. A good balance, I feel, of time. The street fight wasn't particularly long, but it was certainly memorable. Megan says, by my count, Finn is a Grand Slam champion now. Intercontinental champion, Universal champion, Tag Team champion. I know he's been NXT champion. I don't believe he's been United States champion. Is that something that you need? You would know, Megan. Show you're working for us plebs in the background. Help us out. The Cody package is all about that injury. Most of us have moved on from that one, unfortunately, after he didn't win at WrestleMania. Virginia says, I think that Rollins is going to lose his belt and then we're going to get a Money in the Bank case turnover so the Priest will have 2 belts. If that happens, Raw is so going to suck on Monday. I disagree. I have no issue with the Year of Judgment Day. I think they have been fantastic and been great value for money. I know they're getting a lot of attention right now, but they are peaking right now, which means that the only way after tonight is down. Kervin says, finally, new tag team champions because Kevin Owens and Sami have done nothing with the tag team championships. Unfortunately, they've had quite a lot of injuries that have been stacking up, so I think it's good that they could potentially get a bit of time off now. Blue says, I feel like they're using the promo segments for breathers, so no match has to be the cool down. I agree with that. I think this is a well put together pay-per-view. I don't mind a promo segment on a pay-per-view. The first pay-per-view back under Triple H was SummerSlam, where he actually booked it, and Drew McIntyre had a promo segment. He just likes to do them. Doopy says, I'm surprised Sami and KO lost the titles so early on. Personally, not so much. I initially definitely thought it was going to be Sami and KO retaining. That's not the one we have. Grayson Waller is being introduced. The Grayson Waller effect with Cody Rhodes coming up. What will be Cody Rhodes' news? And how much will he beat up Grayson Waller? Megan says he won the US title last year. Won it from Priest last February, then lost it to Theory in the April. Genuinely forgot about that. Genuinely forgot entirely. That definitely screams Grand Slam to me. Q43 agrees on that one. Says Finn is officially a Grand Slam champion. Surprised they didn't mention that on commentary. I'd imagine we'll hear it a lot tomorrow on Raw. Not tomorrow, the day after. James says Dom should go for the United States Championship since Ray has it. I agree with that. Personally, I'd have him lose his NXT North American Championship and then go for the next best thing. Joey says, I wonder what Cody's announcement is going to be. We'll find out. And Doopy says that was a match of the night so far. Kevin Owens missing the table is going to be replayed in my brain for weeks to come. Because, you know, accidents happen. Occasionally there's a brief botch. But as long as someone's getting hurt, nobody in wrestling really cares. We as wrestling fans, as long as someone's getting hurt, we're just happy to see it. Joey says, do you think Cody could be switching brands? I don't. If they're going to have him go against Roman, screw it. Have him win the Rumble again. FDR says, if Seth loses tonight, Rhea will be the only face main roster champion in WWE. True. Very fair point. The balance is a bit off at the moment. I suppose going into WrestleMania, they want some faces on the chase. I think at WrestleMania, Rey Mysterio won't have that championship anymore. That'll be back with Austin Theory. Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens will have the tag team titles back. I don't know about the IC championship, I tell you that. This is where we see how over someone is. The whoa at Wembley was great. But before we get to that, let's see how good this one is. Whoa. The pyro certainly liked it. I thought it was blowing early, but Cody always blows on time. Dom sings along as well. Blows on time's a new one on me. The intention with Cody Rhodes is really simple. He's the big dog. He's the top guy. He is everything they want to be at the very top of Raw, and he has championships galore heading his way. So they want to make sure he's always in the public eye. James says, where's Cody's gear for an impromptu match? There is no impromptu match. The shoes will be the telling part. If he's wearing his usual shoes, there's going to be no match. He can wrestle in that. He's not wrestling in those shoes. Interesting site. Says they've not had a Dusty Classic tournament this year. Wonder if that's his announcement. They have made mention of Dusty Rhodes quite a few times during the show, including the packages that we just saw. Pete wants them to ban mobiles from the arena. I think a lot of people wouldn't go. Would genuinely not go. Bailey said they tune out at Cody segments. He's ending up at WrestleMania. We know that. And that'd be a shame. I think if it's going to be happening, it should be something like Gunther versus Cody for the World Heavyweight. Don't need to say it 3 times, Pete. Got you the first time. Already read it. Grayson Waller just casually waiting, doing a bit of cheerleading. Doesn't need to, because the fans love it anyway. Quite a muted suit for Cody. Not often his repertoire. But the fans are already screaming his name. There's a sign saying, Cody, please finish the story. G-pop. Yeah, I was waiting for Grayson Waller to get involved there. He's the host. Gotta let the man host. No worries, Pete. Pretty standard stuff here. Grayson Waller will get as much heat from Pittsburgh as he can. And then Cody Rhodes will beat him up. In those shoes, he definitely can still do his finisher. That's the important thing. So I said, sure, give him another Mania main event. Have him lose to Roman again. He'd go nuts and kicks out a double turn. I love my double turns. You do, mate, don't you? You thought we were getting a double turn with Zoe earlier. 23 Fresh, welcome, mate. Says, what do you think is CM Punk's future in the wrestling business now? I don't think he has one. I don't think he has a future in the wrestling business. I don't think there are many companies that are going to want to work with him, and the companies that do want to work with him can't afford him. That's what I think is likely. There is no interest from WWE in CM Punk. I will say once more, there is no interest from the WWE in CM Punk. Just like to be very clear on that one, because I know it's going to come up a lot. Cody Rhodes making a reference to John Cena there. Didn't take his hat off first, but that was a John Cena reference. Fine speech. No mention of Edge there from Cody. You'd think that'd get mentioned. Also, no mention of the KO show. FDR says maybe Punk can try UFC again. I don't know. Quite possibly. But now Vince McMahon would be in charge of that decision, so I find it unlikely. I like what happened there. He's not going to fight in front of these beautiful trees. Thought he's going to compliment people, but he likes his trees. Cody's definitely going to hit him with something. Maybe a tree. Hit him with a beautiful tree. Cody thanking Grayson Waller for rubbing him. 23 Fresh says, will both Edge and Sasha Banks be in AEW? I don't know about Edge. It's up to him. Mercedes Money will be signing for AEW. They are mentioning SmackDown. Maybe he is changing sides. He is changing sides. Brian says, sorry mate, had to go, sort something for folks. Back now. But I sent you a link earlier. I did spot it, yes. He is swapping sides. Juan Orozco says, hey Tom, TK just got booed for making the hardest decision. He didn't just get booed, he got booed a lot. What? Right. So, Jey Uso versus Jimmy Uso now off. That's not happening anymore. Cody Rhodes now going back to face Roman again. There's a lot happening right now, and it's all very confusing. Martin says, gutted. Pete says, wow. James says, was not expecting that. Gomar says, wow as well. Martin says, gotta say, after watching the full video, it turned to a promo on babbling from TK. Gomar wasn't expecting that. Tyler says, One says, LA Knight versus John Cena would make an interesting promo battle. The moment is coming. Dom says, are they going to keep them away from each other like they did Ray and Dom last year for WrestleMania? Seems so. Sai says, not sure what Cody on SmackDown means. Either Roman is gone for a while, or we're a step closer to a title shot. Martin's confused. Leon says they're definitely holding it off till WrestleMania. And Joey says this doesn't make sense. James says, did anyone actually expect that? No. Sai says, does it mean Cody's on SmackDown? Did he even say that? I don't think he did. I don't think he did. I don't think it's a swap per se. But logically it has to be. Surely that's a direct trade. Huh. Martin says, is it Cody wants the actual title he came in for? I would imagine so. It must be. And Sai says, Cody's gone. One says they're doing Roman versus Cody at WrestleMania or Hot Shot booking, aka TK 2.0. Joey says, guess Peter and Sada got it right with Jey Uso being at the show. Yeah. Peter and Sada are good at that stuff. Yes, he has gone from the set. An Usi chant. Also there's some blonde in Jay's hair now. Right, so Grayson Waller's going to get super kicked. He's already in position to get super kicked. Sean says, sad that after so many years together the Usos are split up. Firmly as well. This definitely feels like a reshuffle heading into Mania. And the super kick. 23 Fresh says, were you surprised CM Punk was released from AEW? No. Bailey says, does it make it more likely that Solo is stepping up? I don't know. I actually have no idea. Because we don't know if Cody's going to SmackDown. First and foremost, has he still got a microphone? He must be getting traded. Huh. Joey thinks it kind of looks like Solo. One says, end of the Bloodline. Bloodline's over. Although it still has Solo, Sikoa, Paul Heyman, and Roman Reigns. So in no way is it over. So it says, my takeaway from this, Jey Uso is winning the Rumble. Dom says, it seems like a good idea to start building by Royal Rumble. I like the idea. Martin clarifies, Punk was fired, not released. It is a very different thing. James says, what the hell are they actually doing? I'm so confused. Gomar says, does this change a lot? Yeah. Jey Uso's on Raw. It's a pretty big change. Joey says, who goes to SmackDown now? It must be Cody. It must be. Who else is there? Huh. I'd imagine you're going to have to tune into Raw so that Cody can say, yeah, I'm on SmackDown now. So he can say goodbye. Find a new feud. Bobby Lashley? Cody versus Bobby? I could see that. Martin says, only mention as has totally different contractual implications, aka non-compete is gone, etc. Fair, yep. Absolutely fair, and appreciate that clarification. So, 45 minutes left, 2 matches to go. Next up, and I don't expect this to be a long one, Rhea Ripley versus Raquel Rodriguez. Honestly, I don't expect the match to be longer than the promo. James says, I only watch Raw now because of Cody. I'm not really interested now if he's gone. So go to SmackDown then, mate. Martin says, can I only leave Seth as a main babyface now? Jey Uso. Jey Uso's a main babyface now. One says, who's the star of Raw then? SmackDown got all star power with Cody too. Seth Rollins, Becky Lynch, and now Jey Uso. Man says, diluting Raw big time with respect. If anything, I think Cody going to SmackDown would be for replacement of Edge. Dom says they can't keep having Rhea squash everyone. They can, and I suspect they will. I know what you're saying, Martin, but it's WWE. They believe in Jey Uso. I guess when Brock's back, he'll be staying on Raw then. No possibility of Cody versus Gunter. Jey Uso versus Gunter? I can see that. Martin says Cody's basically the face at the moment. Huge move, in my opinion. If he goes to SmackDown, he stays the face. But I guess Roman at least has someone new to wrestle. 23 fresh. I do not understand the question. Try again with something else. One says, if Rhea wins, please roll up Rodriguez to protect her character. They won't. Judgment Day have all the gold here. I wouldn't be surprised if they all come out together, just for the sake of intimidation. Raquel Rodriguez is going to be pinned 1, 2, 3 to the mat. Martin says, I love the idea of Jay on Raw, but it's a gamble. Hope he does it. Sai says, WWE's Twitter just announced Jay to Raw thanks to Cody Rhodes. Nothing about Cody to Raw. If anything, they reinforced he's still on that brand. Then what chips did he cash in? And why did he want that? In what way did he do it? I don't know. FDR says Rhea will probably just squash her. I don't necessarily see that. But I don't think he'll be competitive. KJ says Jay going to Raw keeps him away from Jimmy. So they can save the match until Mania, right? Except it doesn't. Because we just had LA Knight versus The Miz, who are on different brands. It doesn't actually matter that much. Yeah, KJ's answered your question there, 23 Fresh. It's really that simple. Pete says, I don't enjoy Raquel's walk on. Well, I'm not often offended by someone's walk. Bit strange. Dom says, you know how the WWE do it? They make it up as they go. They do, yeah. It actually doesn't change much at all, but certainly it sows some confusion. I am definitely confused. Martin says, I'm really confused. Maybe it's a beer, but has Cody gone to SmackDown? Officially, no. FDR says, brand split nowadays is not really relevant anymore. So there's that. Rhea Ripley, the Women's World Champion, on the way down to the ring to face Raquel Rodriguez. There is 20 minutes left and a match to come after this. This cannot be long. Dom said they're being confused half this live event. I mean, it's been great matches, so it's all worked out. Martin suggests it's a superstar shake-up. Everyone needs a good shake-up every now and then. you know, brands, media companies, like children. Sometimes a good shake-up does a lot. One says even if Jay is on Raw, he'll just show up on SmackDown like everyone else, since the brand split not existing. Joey says hopefully WWE clarifies it on Raw because I'm confused. I'd imagine that's the plan. They've intentionally not told us what's actually happening so that we tune into Raw. KJ says, I mean, yes, it doesn't matter, but if Jay's on SmackDown weekly, him and Jimmy could run into each other. I don't know, the brand split doesn't really exist, but this will ensure they stay split until Mania. If it ensures they will stay split until Mania, then surely it ensures they stay split at Mania. Surely the same things happen. Joey says, did the wildcard rule make a secret return? I sure hope not. Kevin says, Jay on Raw and Jimmy to SmackDown is like Ray and Dominic waiting to face at WrestleMania. Quite possibly. They're going dark. They're trying to make this one a big deal. Let's see if they actually do try hard enough to give us a match we can be proud of here. Raquel shows us her back. Okay. I never got that one. But you know, different strokes for different folks. Joey says, do you think Jimmy feuds with Solo now? Maybe? I don't know. I don't know what Jimmy does now, to be honest. There's not much he can do. His storyline has just been absolutely gutted. And he also got a bit embarrassed on SmackDown with the good old John Cena of it all. I'd imagine it's Jimmy versus AJ. That makes the most sense. KJ says, Cody's in creative lost right now. Need to get him on the show. That's it. He's been lost since Brock Raw lacks heels. Very true. I think Bobby Lashley versus Cody Rhodes makes the most sense. And Joey says, it seems like they tease it on SmackDown. Martin says, let's be honest, there isn't really a brand split anymore. Everyone is everywhere, including NXT now. Which is very true. Maybe Cody's gone to NXT. Maybe as part of cashing his chips, he has to go to NXT for a couple of months. Gotcha, Pete. Dom says, just a way to keep Jimmy and Jay on TV. Without them on the same show, I'm predicting the Royal Rumble is where they start their storyline. Bailey says, time for the stopwatch on this match. Kevin says, I don't think USA Network needs to lose Cody Rhodes to Fox Network, but it might be that as part of the deal for new TV rights, Fox wants Cody. One says, Solo needs a mouthpiece like Umaga did to be a reliable threat. Well, he does have Paul Heyman. Paul Heyman's right there. Yeah, Christian, I don't even going to read that. I have no idea what to make of it. Sai says, I'm thinking ahead to War Games. Again, if you'll excuse the fantasy booking, maybe Jay, Cody, and KO Sami versus Jimmy, Roman, Solo, +1. Joey says, NXT has benefited some people. Guys like Ali and Corbin have been used more. Yes, they have. I think NXT has benefited. I think Cody could be making some appearances there. Certainly if they're announcing Dusty Classic. I feel like they're doing some wheel spinning and some time killing here. Rhea is not startled, Michael Cole. I do like the mommy. I'd wear that. I probably shouldn't because I think it's probably a kink thing, but I would. Martin says, Seth even went on NXT recently. Yes, he did. It's why I do find it funny when people ask, could Becky go to NXT? Anyone could. Anyone could. If that's what they want, that's what they'll get. Raquel with a takedown on Rhea, and Rhea runs away. Rhea's definitely going to come out of this looking better than she has previously, but she is starting to rack up quite a few losses. Joey says, Butch is working in NXT now in the Heritage Cup tournament. Yep. They're a lot more fluid, and honestly, a lot of people are happy with that. Triple H just doing his thing. Dom says it looks like Raquel's character is getting protected. Has been since it debuted on the main roster. Christian says, would you say that the KO match was more hardcore than the Terry Funk hardcore match? Yes, because there was more than one spot. What did I do, Martin? What did I do that made you think it was TV-14? I've done some swears. Oh, this is a mammy thing. I've never been PG. You know this, right? You hear some of the jokes I'm making here. Wants to say, Tom, since WWE love pushing the Judgment Day, they need to bring back the Judgment Day pay-per-view from the 2000s. Or they could not do that and just push the Judgment Day. Joey says KO went all out in that match. I mean, that's kind of his thing. Kind of his thing. It wasn't new cherry coke, no. It's a bottle. It's a bottle. And I'll give myself a little bit that should see me through the rest of the show. So far, Rhea Ripley has had absolutely nothing in this match. Now, Raquel Rodriguez got 2 matches against Ronda Rousey. And in those matches, she physically dominated her and then lost. Tell you what, Rhea 100% just landed that dropkick and kicked Raquel right in the face. Christian wants Buddy Matthews to leave AEW. Why? He's got a solid deal there, he's doing good work, and WWE have not made him an offer. Joey wants no mercy on the main roster. KJ says KO is the most extreme guy in the roster, in case anyone forgot. He's held that title in WWE for a while, in my opinion. Tom says we've got a little blood going from Rhea's nose, the second person to be bleeding tonight. After, of course, Kevin Owens, who did get the magic wipe. I mean, Grayson Waller talks about getting the rub. How about getting the nice wipe? I don't know details of Samoa Joe's contract, unfortunately, Martin, but I will say that the second he becomes available, Triple H will go hell for leather. Sai says WWE have done the official J to Raw graphic on Twitter, closely followed by thousands asking what that's got to do with Cody and where he's gone. As such, they're undoubtedly going to believe they're doing a good job. Martin says Rhea seems to get caught a lot, I've noticed. Yeah, unfortunately she works with people a bit lower down the card and a bit more green. So yeah, she does get caught. She knows it. Raquel trying to fight back. Rhea staying dominant. It's a bit of a slow tempo at the moment. But Raquel is not letting Rhea take full control. KJ, I'm confused by it. Because there is more than just the announcement, there is the connotations. These things happen. People are allowed to be confused, mate. So it says Rhea may have broken her nose here, and Martin's thinking back to the Royal Rumble. I don't think she's broken her nose. But yeah, Rhea unfortunately has had some bad luck in the past. Not her fault. Literally, it's bad luck. Going into rest hold now. Rhea Ripley showing off the range of facial expressions. You certainly know that I get a reaction from people for it. Couple of elbow jabs here. Just controlling the situation. Now there is a little bit of blood, isn't there? Dom says, I don't know about how dominant Rhea is becoming. The character Bianca has now, she shouldn't beat Rhea if they meet at WrestleMania. Yeah, pretty much. Rhea's a very different character now. She's not just a champion, she's a dominant champion. She's a champion you don't really want to see lose the championship. Unfortunately, as we know, she hasn't had many challenges yet. Certainly not any particularly big name ones. She's missing people like Becky Lynch. She's missing people like Alexa Bliss, who's not available at the moment. Maybe that's the swap. It's not just Jey Uso coming to Raw, they're also getting Bianca, they're also getting Charlotte, stuff like that. Raquel did not really react to the rope kick there. Shame. Would like to see a bit more wrestling here. Crowd are getting restless. We know what Rhea can do. Yeah, you might be right about the nose. We know what Rhea can do. We can just also see that she's absolutely not doing it. I don't want slow-paced Rhea Ripley matches. They could, KJ. Raw could definitely benefit from that. Another drop kick. No attempt at a pin. Rhea just battering Raquel. That. They need to sort out the blood. It is pouring out of her face. Even if this match wasn't a squash, maybe they should start squashing it now. Because we've got blood on the apron, blood on the mat. We don't want that. They tried desperately to make Kevin Owens stop from doing that. The gloves are in play. Rhea giving Raquel instructions here. Raquel not quite catching on. Yeah, that ain't happening, Dom. There'll be no squash there, I promise you. We'll just go over. We always do for Roman. Good sell from Rhea for that clothesline. Nice fall away slam. Raquel starting to show her strength. We've not really seen much from Raquel just yet. A couple of shoulder charges, that's kind of it. The fall away slam's definitely the best so far. Going for a top rope. I thought she was going to go for the elbow there, but I didn't actually see her leg go. Every show's going over, KJ. Again, mostly because of Roman Reigns. That's a shot, is it, Dom? We'll make it a drinking game. We'll drink every time we're bored of a Roman match. FDR says, is it just me or is AJ Lee suddenly trending on X? She isn't suddenly trending. The second that they announced that CM Punk was being fired, AJ Lee started trending and people said, oh, she's coming back to WWE. I don't know why. I don't know why. Joey says, it's too slow. They've got to pick up the pace. I agree with that, but Rhea may be affected by the blood. I think as much as anything, they also don't want the match to be a squash. And it's Rhea. If she's injured, she just works through it. She don't care. Rhea Ripley. I mean, didn't she refer to herself as Rhea Bloody Lip? Rhea Bloody Lip. I keep saying Lipley. Rhea Bloody Ripley. Certainly apt now. We're selling a suplex. Bit of a show off there from Raquel, which is good to see. One says AJ Lee doesn't particularly like Triple H or Stephanie. If I remember, only Vince. She doesn't really like Vince either, I'll tell you that. So the idea that AJ Lee would return to WWE is based on one thing, and that is the idea that married couples absolutely do not talk to each other under any circumstances. People who believe that AJ Lee is coming back because CM Punk got fired are really telling on themselves and their relationships. Raquel was going for a finish there. Oh, lovely headbutt there from Rhea. Joey says, didn't AJ Lee say she was done with wrestling for good? Yep. And also, if at any point she decided to come back, all you would hear is CM Punk chants. Which is embarrassing and disrespectful and would 100% happen. So says, I can only think they're chasing a Becky Lynch style meme with the blood. It's Rhea Ripley. She knows how social media works. It's why the whole Mammy thing happened. She knows how to make herself trend. She knows how to make a meme. If there's blood, she'll go full Mick Foley with it. Full Mick Foley. It's only right. Rhea going for a finish. She won't get it here. Reversed into a something. Goes for a powerbomb and falls over while trying it. If she was trying to show off her power, she has not managed it. That was just a clothesline. Okay, we've had our first botch. Dom says, tonight fundamentals on pinning. Tonight being thrown out the window. Tonight 3 times there, Dom. Sai says, I thought AJ Lee had her own promotion. Not to my knowledge, no. Joey says, I think AJ retired too early. She still had a lot to offer. KJ clarifies, says AJ left the promotion. Not sure why the laughter afterwards, KJ. Why is that funny? Is it funny that she left? What's the joke? You enjoy that, did you, Dom? The fans are turning on this one. They are full on getting restless. You can hear. Oh, of course. Wow. Yeah, she has been out of that for a while. KJ, we take pride in being as well informed as we can here. If someone's not aware of something, we could just tell them. We could just let them know. Don't really have to laugh at them. I don't know things at times. It does happen. Raquel is selling a knee injury now. Rhea's running into posts. It feels like both women are trying to lose now. Neither woman is looking particularly good now. Dom says, despite it, Rosemary would be awesome tonight to come out. We've had conversations about it before, KJ. A slight change with that would make a pretty big difference, I feel personally. Just speaking from my personal experience. Oh, Corey Graves is called to Gonzalez. Her name is not Raquel Gonzalez anymore. So the banged up knee certainly suggests they're going to protect her in the finish, but she is definitely going to lose. It's not a squash, though I also can't say it's a great match. We know Rhea can go. She had the match with Charlotte. She's had plenty of other great matches. It's unfortunately going to come down to not a good look for Raquel. It's got clunky. There's a loss of confidence. Joey says, I think the crowd just wants Shinsuke and Seth. Yeah, probably. They're not popping for anything. It's just a restlessness, a bad energy starting to come through. Just a lack of investment. KJ says Raw having Seth, Cody, Drew and now Jay all on the face side could be a problem with no heels. Well, I mean, they've got Gunter. They've got Gunter, they've got Priest, they've got Balor. They've got people. Oh, okay. Are we doing that now? Well, okay. There is a lot happening. We're starting to pick up a bit of pace. It's getting a bit more effective, a bit more brutal. Gomar, I think, is right, though, saying the match is dragging on for too long. Dom says, I'm ready to sing this match. Taking longer than I expected. Was it on the last month's side? I did not know. Joey says, I think Drew needs to turn heel. He's gotten stale as a face. I agree with that one. Will certainly make a big difference. Dominic Mysterio on his way down to the ring, trying to protect Rhea. So says, lengthy match doesn't always mean competitive. It's taking this long to get going. I agree with that. Dominic Mysterio now in the ring. And I don't know why. The crowd aren't even popping to see Dominic Mysterio get hurt. Yeah, lukewarm pop. KJ says Triple H likes long matches, but sometimes some matches shouldn't be so long. Triple H doesn't actually like matches to be that long. He likes 16 to 18 minutes is his ideal length for a match. And Rhea uses the distraction to pick up the cover and the pin on Raquel Rodriguez. I think we're all just kind of glad that's over. Joey says Drew would be a good opponent for Seth. That I agree with. Rhea's not happy. Rhea is not happy with that match. No celebration. She glared at the referee. She's off. She's out of character. She's getting back to it. There we are. But she was out of character there. She was not happy. Leon says, my favourite thing about the match was when it ended. Bailey says, 17 minutes 22 seconds. It was a long and tiresome match. Honestly, I think I'd have rather had a squash. Just, I feel there was a loss of confidence about halfway through. Particularly Raquel Rodriguez after she botched the powerbomb. She just couldn't get going again. I'll give it a 4. I'll give it a 4. And I don't want more of it. I don't want more of it. So I give it a 6.5. Dom gives it a 5. KJ says it was at least a good looking Riptide. Pete gives it a 3. One says a sloppy match. Billy says a 3 out of 10. Worst match of the evening. Unfortunately so, yes. John Cena is backstage in a bow tie. Always nice. Kevin says, I take the last women's standing match between Raquel versus Rhea Ripley at NXT over this match. Yeah, a lot less pressure there. Martin says, 6, far too long, got uncomfortable, won't lie. I'm all for blood, but became uncomfortable. John Cena is interviewing Finn Balor and Damian Priest, and John Cena is definitely making himself as short as possible. Finn Balor is definitely shorter than John Cena. James says, why is John just acting like he's on coke? Maybe it's shade. Who knows? Sai says, Rhea would make a terrible poker player, has a very expressive face, and that's not always a positive, even for a wrestler. One gives it a 4. Sorry, Jack gives it a 4. One says, Rhea even hated the match. Now that definitely suggests that Judgment Day are leaving, which obviously also suggests that they ain't leaving. KJ says, did Cena make himself shorter? No way, Balor is that much taller than him. Yeah, the man knows his job. Yes, KJ. Megan gave us that one. So we're definitely going over for the main event, but they're letting us know about Fastlane on October 7th. Gomar says WWE should make hosts for PLEs a regular thing now. I like the idea. I also quite like the idea. And they have been trying to make it regular, but it depends who's a host. And also, of course, they have to justify jobs for their actual announcers. Megan is indeed on Twitch, KJ. Okay, a lot of people saying the same thing. Can I just point out, John Cena might just be pretending to be excited. He might just be excited. I don't think everything is about drug use. He might just be excited. He might just enjoy his job. Not always the same thing. Not always the same thing. For our final Peacock break, we have a Kurt Angle hype package. A little bit of Kurt Angle in our lives, always good to say. I know, Joey, but it's the third one that I've seen. It's not about you per se, but like 3 times, guys, come on. And I know one of you was twice. So I said I think the crowd will be happy if you just let them sing the 2 music entrances for 20 minutes. Very true. Very true. Joey, you understand you're the one being serious right now, yeah? You understand that? You can choose to move on, or you can choose to not do that. It's up to you. Take a pick. P says, well, he is an actor. Yeah, and to be fair, a good actor will surely find it more trouble to act badly. So, you know, if he'd be hype, he'd be hype. KJ says, might be a long shot, but is it possible Pat McAfee is at Fastlane? It's in his hometown. He also was the one who announced Fastlane on his show. Certainly possible. I think he'll be there. I don't necessarily think he'll be wrestling there. Dom says it's time to sing. We do have 2 very popular intros. KJ says, I think Cena's just having fun. Also, he was acting like the backstage interviewers. The fact that he was literally doing the splits to try and make himself shorter than John Cena, that's a man who's committed to his craft. Absolutely committed to his craft. So we are heading into our main event, and my neck hurt, but I'm not too tired, which is always a good thing. We have just broken 1,000 views on this here live stream, and we have 47 likes, just 3 short of 50. Good overall, I've got to say. We're currently sitting at 2,831 subscribers. The first hour of this live show certainly got a lot of attention. So I said Cena's whole shtick, especially in his comebacks, is to over-egg everything he does, especially overacting for the jokes. That's all. The man knows how to go too far. Talent. Nope, Joey, I ran out of cans. I've got 1 bottle, but essentially I buy that specifically now. There may or may not be rum in it. KJ says he made Balor look like a giant. Vince would be happy. I mean, Vince always loved a John Cena. Sean says, Judgment Day broke my predictions. They were the only one I got wrong so far. So far, I'm 4 out of 5. The only one I got wrong was the United States Championship match. I thought Austin Theory would regain. The moment has not yet come. Joey quite accurately is describing that Vince likes big, meaty men. So there is a very clear story being pushed about the back injury. A kayfabe back injury to Seth Rollins. Which certainly gives us a little bit more intrigue and makes it a little possible that he'll lose. He's not going to, but it does make it a little possible. KJ says, I had a good feeling Judgment Day would win. As it was a street fight, it's the numbers game. And it really did come down to the numbers game. I mean, Kevin Owens was literally eliminated by Rhea Ripley, who then wrestled in the next match. There's a lot going on. Gomar says, feels refreshing to see a main belt being defended at a PLE that is not Roman. It's quite refreshing, I feel, to have a main event that isn't Roman Reigns. The entire wrestling business has been dominated by Roman Reigns for 3 years. Honestly, I don't mind that he doesn't always defend. It means people like Seth Rollins get a chance to main event. When's the last time we had a female main event at a pay-per-view? Like, genuine question. When's the last time women main evented a pay-per-view? I promise you, it was a while back. I think it might well go back to Sasha Banks and Bianca Belair. Joey says KO and Sami will probably take time off after this to heal up. I would agree with that. I mean, the man's got a lump in his elbow. What more can you do, really? Take your break. The champ is coming out first. I'm immediately suspicious. Danny says Damian Priest, new champ in a matter of minutes. KJ says I'd like women to main event again soon. I think Banks and Belair got the last one. I agree with that. It was a while back. There was definitely a possibility that Becky versus Trish would main event, but Seth got the nod. He's wearing championship colours. The man is basically a giant championship belt. Martin, just checked the WWE roster. Jey Uso is now showing on Raw, but so is Cody. Fans are loving it. Dom says the champ came out first 12 minutes before the show ends. We're definitely going over. I think we can all agree on that. The lights have gone out. He's waiting for the crowd. And the crowd do not disappoint. Beautifully done. Next, of course, we have Shinsuke. They could possibly be debuting new music so you don't sing along to his theme. I said debuting new music. I would find it hilarious if they went back to his previous heel theme, which everybody again hated. Next 12 minutes of the show are just going to be this. The lights go out. We also have some fireflies. I like that. Tom says maybe we'll get our tribal chief since it's going over. No. Although they do very reliably go over now. Happens every time. Seth just standing there soaking it all in. And then a bow to finish. Beautifully done. Beautifully done. Okay, we have comic book panels. Which I'm liking. Okay, I'm loving this. I have no idea what's about to happen. The Kanti symbol on his back is nothing more than a reminder of the man he once was. What is happening here? It was indeed. Right, Jack confirming that was the last time women main evented. KJ says, is Shin going to win? We know he's a Triple H favourite, but can it be? I mean, this certainly is starting to feel like it, isn't it? The champion coming out first. A complete rebranding of Shinsuke. 23 Fresh says, does Shane McMahon want an executive role of Endeavour? I need you to ask him directly to know what he's in his head. Pete says, this is great. KJ says it was released earlier. I hadn't seen it. And Joey says it looks like an anime. Does indeed. Definitely a very new incarnation of Shinsuke Nakamura. He gets dry ice. Sai says, well, Dama started to do the Payback overlay as comic art. Maybe you should have stuck with him, man. I mean, he's still great, so I'm not complaining. He is Joey, he is. And why wouldn't you? The man hasn't really had an opportunity in a very long time. A very long time. And what Triple H does have a lot of experience in is great entrances. He knows because he made his own. So a lot of the entrances in NXT, Karrion Kross, his entrance, for example, that's Triple H. He knows about making a big entrance and how big an impact that can have. So I think chances are he's been waiting to do this with Nakamura for a time. The Great Muta is sat at ringside watching Nakamura in action. Reports that he might get involved to help Shinsuke are wide of the mark. KJ says the battle of music and entrance gear. This is a match made in heaven. Let's be fair, these two should be fighting forever. Gomar says he hasn't had the opportunity in a long time. Kevin says Charlotte's daughter Tiffany... Daughter? Where's that come from? Joey says Trips loves Shin, who's one of the top guys in NXT. If he loved all of the top guys in NXT, then it doesn't really have the same impact, does it? I don't think there's many top guys in NXT Triple H wasn't really like very firmly behind. Dom says Seth wins, barely can stand. Damian comes out, cashes in, hits Seth with a razor's edge, leaves with all the gold. Martin says I saw a documentary once how Triple H helped make Bray's original entrance theme. Yep, Triple H was providing a lot of coaching on entrances. It's just something he's very good at. KJ says Nakamura's first singles main event. If you don't count Royal Rumbles, yes indeed. Sean says Bianca versus Sasha was the last women's match to main event at PLE. Ronda versus Charlotte would have main evented WrestleMania 38 if KO versus Steve Austin didn't happen. Kevin says if Nakamura lost tonight, what was the point turning Nakamura heel? I'd imagine so he can feud to people like Jey Uso and Cody Rhodes. I mean, we're talking about the fact that there aren't many heels. We can't then be upset when they make more. Right, takeovers don't really count there, Sean. mention of Bray Wyatt there from Corey Graves. Mine says, true, but WWE view NXT as a developmental brand. I think they meant main roster. They did. There's debate as to whether or not that's top to bottom, or whether it is just certain people having differences of opinion. There has been no official announcement that you've got to basically big up NXT, but they are doing that a lot. This match will probably go the distance. Probably about 20-25 minutes, possibly even half an hour. But I know it's going to be a lot higher tempo than most of the Roman Reigns matches we've seen recently. Roman likes to work as a top heel. He likes to work at a slow pace. And that works for him. Seth isn't that guy. Neither is Shinsuke Nakamura. This is going to feel like an NXT main event. Gomar, at no point have I sat here and said Damian is going to cash in. I think he could. I think it's likely. But there's been no report of that happening. It's not like Brock Lesnar's cash in, where at the beginning of the show I said Brock Lesnar's going to cash in tonight. And then the main event's going to be Seth versus Brock at SummerSlam. True, Martin. That's Triple H's opinion, but it's not always been WWE's opinion. Bit of technical wrestling and a few flips here from Nakamura. Pause for applause. There it is. As I did mention earlier, bit of a spoiler for people, Seth Rollins chose to work with Shinsuke Nakamura. It necessitated the heel turn that we've had, and Shinsuke Nakamura was directly involved in the rebrand for his character. Bit of a dueling chant here from the crowd. Always nice to see. Or hear, I should say. Always nice to hear. Back to technical wrestling. Taking the time. Dolph Ziggler and Shelton Benjamin will be very proud. Shinsuke holding onto Seth's arm there because it was very easy to get out of. Yeah, Gomar, as long as Damian Priest has the briefcase, it's a possibility. And I would say the fact that they suggested they were leaving early adds to that possibility. Is he going to do the Okada tap? That's creepy. That was very creepy. Was that a taunt? Bit sexual, mate. Now he's doing a power squat. Nakamura knows how to creep people out. So the focus is going to be on the back. This is how they're going to slow the pace and slow the tempo. Every time Seth gets hit in the back, he'll slow down a little bit. I'm sure a lot of people did say that, Kervin, but it's not always about individual wrestlers. Sometimes it's about giving a few other people a chance. Also, let's not forget that absence makes the heart grow fonder. In no way do I think it was intentional that they left Gunter off because they knew he'd get more out of it, but I also think they rotate championships. So they decided to have the US instead of the Intercontinental. The Intercontinental has had some good attention recently. Let's not forget the United States Championship was dropped off the SummerSlam card, whereas the Intercontinental Championship stayed on that card. So it's just a bit of rotation. I don't have an issue with that personally. Rollins starting the suicide dives. Going to see a lot of them. Randy Orton be damned. I do like how it's a suicide dive and then you crash into the barrier yourself. You have to take the hit at the end of it. Rollins going for a pedigree, not quite managing it. There's going to be a bit of a Triple H off happening here. Let's not forget when Cody Rhodes pedigreed Seth Rollins. KJ says, I think the IC title missed out as the US title has been off since Backlash. Gunter and the IC title was in every pay-per-view since Backlash, so like Tom said, it's just rotation. Money in the Bank Saudi SummerSlam for the IC. Tom says, I'd like to take the time out and say last year we've seen a lot of people's favourite person come back last year at the end of the PLE. I don't believe it was this one. It was Extreme Rules, and I don't believe it was this early. So, by all means, say something about Bray Wyatt. You're, of course, welcome to. But I would like it to be at least somewhat related. Shinsuke taking his time. It was Extreme Rules, yes, which is not where we are. If you want to talk in reference to Payback, let's not forget Roman Reigns defeated Bray Wyatt, well, technically pinning Braun Strowman, to become the Universal Champion at Payback way back when. There's a connection you can make. Tempo still high, even though Seth is selling his back a little further. A senton, showing Kevin Owens how to do it, then misses a lion salt. And another suicide dive. Again, maintaining that high tempo. Good match so far. They're taking their time, they're building to something, but they're still giving you big pop moments in the build-up to it. An elbow to the face of Nakamura as well. Seth does love his springboards, KJ. Absolutely love them. I am still feeling the comparison between the AJ Styles and Samoa Joe feud, the "Oh Wendy" moment. But instead of Wendy, Nakamura's just really creeping over Seth's back. Oh backy? Oh bony? I don't know. Oh spiny. Seth thrown onto the announce table, didn't quite get the rotation he needed, and once again the table doesn't break. Slight oversell there from Seth, but we're getting there. Nakamura getting some moments here to himself to really drive home that he's in charge here. Bad cover. Definitely kick out of one. That was a bad cover. Seth did not really get the rotation he was looking for. Similarly, SKJ, but most of the creep is about the back. It looks like it's going to be a lot of kicks at this point. I get the ring psychology and all that. And I like when they take their time with it. But I do appreciate that the tempo is a lot higher than the Roman Reigns matches that we've been seeing. There's a lot less mugging to the crowd. There's a lot less walking around and pacing. They are trying to beat each other. Which every now and then with a Roman match, it doesn't feel like he's actually trying to win it. Corey Gray's been asked to explain the value of kickouts. That's where we are. The value of kickouts. Crazy time. Nakamura going with the chest kicks now. Clearly he's heard about Bryan Danielson returning. And we have ourselves a rest hold while they work out what to do next. The pace has slowed considerably. I don't take any umbrage of it. I think it's still working. But it was definitely necessary to slow the pace down a little further. Couple of kicks to the face. Never a bad thing. Seth's still very much selling the back injuries. Yes, Jack Great Muta is there. He's at ringside. KJ says if Rollins was to beat Shin, who's next? Well, it depends if he leaves as the champion. Sai says, do we know if Seth's back injury is legit? It's kayfabe. It's a kayfabe injury. Nakamura completely missing that kick there. No weight behind it whatsoever. He just basically fell face forwards. Four operations, Pete. As in Seth is going to have 4 or he's had 4. I mean, he's had a number of operations in his career, but that doesn't necessarily necessitate a ongoing injury. Certainly if it was an actual back injury, he wouldn't be taking the offense he's taking. Because if your back's in trouble, you shouldn't wrestle. Your back takes all the bumps. I'm laughing at the instant replay there. Nakamura going into a single leg Boston Crab. Never seen him do that. I get why it's happening. The Boston Crab works on the back. That's the storyline they're going for. And I think it's most likely going to lead to Damian Priest. But it's still a good spot for Nakamura to be in. The crowd is singing for someone. I think it's Seth, but it's hard to tell. Both men have good sing-song to them. When you got good sing-song, you can't complain. Nakamura was looking for a knee to the back. Seth got back to his feet. Oh, we're climbing the ropes. Once I've had a few chops. Now, the baton was laid down earlier by Becky Lynch in her match with Trish Stratus in the cage. Seth and Nakamura are looking to pick it up and actually deliver a better match. Seth with a good start there. A second rope Hurricane Rana. Good bit of offense, good bit of a pop. Crowd are getting into it. Tom says last 2 injury storylines just don't make sense. Seth's or Cody's of how today's medical staff is. Well, the injury storyline for Cody, do you mean with Brock? Yeah, that was a weird one. Shake the hand of the man who keeps trying to break your arm. Yeah. Sai says they're singing Seth's music, which means they're either really into him or not into the match. Taking their time with the match. Megan points out Grayson Waller picking some fights. This is not the time for Pepsi. I don't know when it will be the time for Pepsi. Pete says apparently Seth has 2 stress fractures on his back according to Wrestle Talk. Is that kayfabe or non? Because to my knowledge it's a kayfabe injury. As I say, if you're a wrestler and you have problems with your back, you don't wrestle. You take too many back bumps. Seth Stelling looks like he needs a poo. Bless him. Frog splash into a cover. Decent cover. Nakamura says no. Starting to get to some bigger moves. I think the technical wrestling part is at an end now. It was a nice splash. Lovely landing as well, hitting with the right part of his body. Corey Graves encouraging Seth Rollins to bend rules. How dare he? Seth slapping himself in the face to keep the energy high. Looked like there was some confusion there, but we eventually got to a Rainmaker. Nakamura kicking out of a Rainmaker. It's fine, everyone kicks out of a Rainmaker nowadays. But that was 100% a Rainmaker. You had the wrist control and everything. They've been watching New Japan. Living with the injury for 4 years. Okay, so that's just life then. Kayfabe injury. Vegeta, hello, says let's go Shinsuke. Dom says Seth versus Roman at WrestleMania, not a bad idea. Seth hasn't won a Royal Rumble yet. He has. And he beat, thank you Vegeta, in 2019 he beat Brock Lesnar for the championship at WrestleMania. Jack Roman says, did you hear anything about new tag team titles? Zero News is reporting, and then I stopped reading. Seth is starting his proper comeback. No worries, Pete. It's hard to get the correct information when there is so much misinformation getting out there. Seth went for the stomp. Definitely don't see a sleeper being applied here. Tom says, I do know that WWE is trying to keep the married couple on the same brand. I'm not sure how that relates. A knee from the second rope. We're definitely starting to get a few signature moves in now. Nakamura frustrated, but I think if he'd have kept that going, the fans would have got behind him. He has to be careful to stay heel. I think he slipped as well coming off because that knee landed. Nakamura's gone a little bit strong style on this one. And I think Seth Rollins is encouraging him. Good old-fashioned body slam. Nice, isn't it? Just every now and then, a good old-fashioned body slam. Go back to basics. Suplex, again attacking the back. It's a bit plodding, it's a bit methodical. The tempo's definitely dropped. The energy's down a little bit. For a main event, it's very WWE. Veggie says, not surprised you forgot that run of Seth isn't well remembered. We did actually mention it earlier with Brock Lesnar cashing in his Money in the Bank briefcase. That was after the Extreme Rules match in which he and Becky took on Lacey Evans and Baron Corbin. Winner take all. Nakamura with the German suplex as he slid to the outside, still working on the back. Well, if Seth does need surgery, Damian Priest winning the championship looks all the more likely. I don't think Nakamura's getting the opportunity, but there are other people. As I recall, that was a run of Seth where he won the tag team championships with Braun Strowman as well. I don't think many people remember that one. Sorry guys, a bit tired. Nakamura building towards the finish here. That's a super kick to stop him. But we have our first tease of a Kinshasa. And a super kick that, yeah, landed nicely. Sai says that maybe it would have added to the story if they'd had Becky at ringside for this, unless it takes away from a cash-in. So I need to explain this because this actually came up at the Extreme Rules match where Brock Lesnar cashed in. Brock Lesnar was afraid to cash in while Becky Lynch was there. Hence why Baron Corbin hit the end of days on Becky Lynch. Damian Priest would also be afraid to cash in while Becky Lynch is there. So the first part of any cash in is you have to eliminate Becky Lynch before you can get near Seth Rollins. Boombox Brock was amazing, Vegeta, and no one will ever be able to convince me otherwise. FTR says Seth won a lot of tag championships with a lot of partners. He did. It wasn't too far beyond the part where he was winning with Jason Jordan. And of course, good old fashioned Dean Ambrose. Shinsuke looking for an armbar. Seth not grabbing his hand, which is silly. Link your fingers. Link your fingers. There he is. Into a triangle. Dom says, I've seen Seth report his back injury August 22nd. That's why I think Damian's going to cash in, but it could be kayfabe. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is kayfabe. He might be a bit banged up. He might need a rest, same as Drew McIntyre. But this particular back injury is kayfabe. Vegeta says Becky would do something. She would. She would outright attack Damian Priest. And Brock Lesnar. Seth with a sit-out powerbomb. His leg's over, that should be a cover. Shinsuke kicks out. We haven't seen a buckle bomb yet. And only one tease of a stomp, so plenty of life left in this match. Seth Rollins showing a few bumps and bruises, particularly around his ribs. Corey Graves exaggerating slightly, saying Seth was almost paralysed. Megan says the boombox, this as regards boombox Brock, was able to convince me Brock actually had a personality. Not something we've seen a lot of. Nor have we seen it since. Vegeta said a manhandle slam to Brock. Brock would sell it. Brock would sell it. Blue says, Tom, you're a trooper staying up for all of this. I do apologise for the yawning, guys. I'm definitely quite tired. It's 4:15 in the morning. Yesterday I was up until nearly 5. We do what we can here. My job is to try and entertain, so I do what I can. As long as you guys are enjoying it, I'm very proud of what we do here. Dom says the tribal chief will not take the disrespect on how long this match went over. And Vegeta says Cowboy Brock was fantastic. Brock Lesnar had some good times when he was a face. Brock Lesnar's one of those anyway, he just gets the business. We are going very New Japan now. I'm expecting to see a pumping bomber. Another kick from Seth. Blue says, definitely not a problem. Reminds me of all the late nights watching the G1. Man says, Triple H knows how to make 6 matches last 3.5 hours, to be fair. He does. I certainly haven't been bored yet. Even though I was a bit restless during Rhea versus Raquel, which went way over what I expected and just was a bit sloppy, I still can't say I was bored because there was enough going on. Vegeta mentioned King of Strong Style, which is a moniker previously used by Shinsuke Nakamura. Seth's climbing the ropes again. Phoenix Splash. He's thinking Phoenix Splash. Nakamura's surely not going to let him. Seth getting crotched. Megan says, be up even later tomorrow for All Out. 13 matches on the show. No. I was there for All In, and that show lasted. But at least it was enjoyable all the way through. All Out. Ooh, All Out just not that excited, and it's going to go forever. Seth kicking out quite a big one there. Landslide, they're calling it. The Super Landslide. Blue correcting. Another New Japan move. Let's have a look. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Bomaye to the back, otherwise known as the last shot in NXT. But he doesn't go for the cover, which is silly. Because now Seth gets the chance to recover and escape the next one. Dom says this is Damian Priest time to cash in. If Seth wins the WWE, please make it make sense. Seth's gonna win over Nakamura, we can say that with confidence. He's Damian Priest as a wildcard here. The fact that we haven't seen him wander down to the match like we've seen in previous pay-per-views, that's quite interesting to me. Vegeta quoting me says Year of Judgment Day. Yep. Even if Damian Priest does not cash in tonight, they do have 6 championships between 4 of them. I think that's quite telling about the Year of Judgment Day. Nakamura's back in control again. I did feel like we were heading towards a finish. Not quite there just yet. Blue says, I don't think Seth's leaving with the title. Whether it's Nakamura or Priest, he's too beat up. There is a bit more damage that needs to be done first. But I would like it, given that Judgment Day are on the same page at the minute, if, let's say he did beat Nakamura, The entirety of Judgment Day then came down, beat the ever-living crap out of him. Then Damian Priest cashed in. You know, just really make the point. Put him through a table. Do whatever you need to do. Marlon says, all out in Chicago after today will be fun, especially after seeing the reception TK got. Vegeta says, how long has the match gone now? I'd say about half an hour. James does not think Priest is coming out. Good reversal by Nakamura. Gets a stomp, Seth, but he's not in pinning position. Thank you, Si. I appreciate that. 25 minutes so far. I forgot about the time taken for the anime entrance. That's a win. I did not expect it to finish like that. There was a long pause. Dom says, I wonder if WWE are going to let the Judgment Day do what the New Day did. When they were champions, we're letting them rotate which two would fight. I mean, technically they could. Dom gives the match a 7. I definitely think there's more to come, I'll tell you that. But how do you rate that match? I enjoyed some of the New Japan stuff. It was a bit too slow paced for me. I agree with 7. Nakamura seems like he's already heading out of the ring. Again, telling. So it says 6.5, under-delivered. I agree with that. There was a lot more promise in this match than what we actually ended up with. KJ says something else is happening. Tyler gives the match a 7. Pete gives the match an 8. High praise. I certainly don't think he's overtaken Becky versus Trish. For me, by the by, Becky versus Trish in the cage was the match of the night. What was your personal favourite, and why was it Damian Priest? Pete gives it an 8. Dom was saying Damian Priest time. Leon gives it a 7. Man says, oh yes, and he doesn't actually say he fired him, just about how he had to make the worst decision of his life, but he couldn't take fearing for his sake. Okay, Martin, I'm going to watch it. Martin says 7.5 for that match. They've got a bug at the bottom saying Kurt Angle up next. Dom says Shinsuke's still up. This is it. Shinsuke being up doesn't really help that. And Joey says the finish was a bit lackluster, which I agree. Leon's favourite match was the tag match. James saying no Priest. KJ said I'd say like 6. I feel this is like Finn versus Seth at Money in the Bank. First one didn't deliver due to Finn focusing on Seth's core. Now Nakamura focusing on Seth's back. Maybe a rematch. I don't really see that one. That was a pretty definitive finish. And that is indeed how we end the show. No Damian Priest. I'm really glad they brought back this last bit, which just gives you highlights of the pay-per-view you've just watched. I always really enjoyed those. How does Jey Uso play into this, though? Makes no sense. So that's the show, guys. I know a lot of you are going to be disappointed there, but no sign of Damian Priest. Seth Rollins escapes with the championship. That's alright, Martin. Just put his name in the beginning. Then I know not to read it. Tom says, thanks, Tom, for hosting. No worries whatsoever. KJ saying, decent show. Curious to see Jay happens next for everyone. FDR gives a tag match of the night. Okay, as usual at this point, I will say that has been Payback. Another WWE pay-per-view in the books. And the year of Judgment Day continues with 6 championships in their possession. The tag match was fantastic. The cage match was fantastic. Everything else was at best okay. We will be live once again on Monday for spoiler warning. I will be writing up and presenting everything I have on CM Punk tomorrow for a video that you can check out then. But until then, I will take my leave and I will say, I've been Tom Colohue, you have been fantastic, and I will see you all very soon.